So I had already picked my second class.
Yeah, and I don't think it's easy for us to change it much longer.
Yeah.
It's largely irrelevant.
I did it because I wanted a bird guy.
Extinction event!
Soon, you'll serve me! You'll all serve! Back off! Back off! Routed me!
Okay. Got my bearings.
It's a way to beanstalk the things in the town.
Had something to do with because we nuked the ocean away, and we were trying to get to a place on the other end of it, and then I don't really remember why there was a beanstalk leaving.
Well, we moved. We were talking to a guy, and he said there's something over here. And we did. Well, this.
Well, I knew the sea blowing up, but I don't remember the beanstalk. You might have done that while I was standing somewhere else.
Disconnected from the mainland. It's definitely on the map.
Which spot? Oh, that thing? Yeah. Yeah, well, these beam things seem walkable, but I don't know that they are. Well, one of them isn't. One that just killed me. Or you can shoot the flower.
Yeah, if the flowers blow up, I discovered by meleeing them.
What's this? Sounds like a bit of a spat. Who's there? You better be here to help, whoever you are.
It's the Kurlan Neskar. Oh, you opened it.
It opens itself.
Alright, fair enough. But did you hear the Kurlan Neskar?
No.
That's a deep cut. I have to put a few things together. They use the generic pottery sound effect break-in.
Oh, okay.
And Red Letter Media does that a lot. Specifically, in the Plinkett review for Star Trek Generations was one of the first times they made it. Where Picard is looking through the crashed Generation ships, and he finds that old artifact he got in that one episode, which was the Kurlan Neskar, which is like the most precious thing ever. But in the Generations movie, they didn't really show it much respect, so he just kind of tossed it to the side, and they played the pottery breaking sound effect.
Oh, okay.
But if you remember the episode of TNG, he's like, "Oh my God, it's this artifact, the Kurlan Neskar. I can't possibly take this." Blah blah blah. Yep, because when they wreck the movies, people don't care as much.
Alright, punch flounder.
Hero, damn am I glad to see you. You got my message, right? So you know about as much as I do about what's going down up here. But whatever it is, we gotta save these people. Meet me up ahead.
That's right. It's your old friend, the Fairy Punchfather. And together, you shall punch evil right in its evil butt. Press on, Fate Maker. 'Cause evil's not gonna punch itself in the butt. Although that would be so crazy.
This place is cool.
I tried everything to warn them, but the fools don't listen to me. The omens are everywhere. My visions are clear. I've even read it in the chicken guts, and the chicken guts do not lie. Yes, a terrible misfortune will befall our town any day now. A seed of destruction will fall from the sky, and all will be in ruins. And to those lucky few who survive the calamity, I will look down upon them and whisper, "You so."
Yeah. Did you do anything to trigger that second line of dialogue?
The person talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I picked up a scroll that was,
Okay.
by you.
See that?
We'll break free. Yeah.
Oops.
You spy a poetry page.
Imagine a regent that stood on two legs instead of a stately and stable form.
Did you like that poem? You can hear the rest of it at the tavern in Brightwood.
There's a lot of places to fall. A couple times.
I just saved you from a lifetime of embarrassing yourself. You were... Your scales are
odd one.
positively glowing.
It's actually easier than it would appear.
Oh, you just grabbed it?
No, I didn't grab it, but so the little yellow things around the sleeves. I was able to just dismantle it.
Out of my way! Out of my way!
Father is plated. Rumpy Dumpy.
Okay.
I just keep getting better all...
Numbers! Go!
I actually kind of like this shotgun. It's crap.
Yeah, whatever. Oh yeah, that one's gold.
Puzzle. Puzzle, 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 puzzle.
I'll show you the shit.
Get over here. We got us some heroic ass deeds to do. You ready?
This one. Spell damage, ability damage, gun damage, area damage. I gotta see what the skills are.
Golden, baby!
Kirby. That's still an answer. And then the other one's Kirby. They're about the same. Except that one is lower than that one, so it is better. So let's briefly try these two. It's kind of okay. No.
One of my marbles is near. Smash it and release my memories. Everyone's calling us the Leviathan Riders now. On account of us, well, riding a tsunami into town on the back of a Leviathan. Wouldn't have happened if someone hadn't gotten himself swallowed while gathering sea dragon scales for some spell. Silly troublemaker. Silly, silly, super cute troublemaker.
Something special to do to interact with the toads.
You have to do it in the right order, I guess.
RNG's got nothing on you.
But they were quick when I interacted with them.
Only one will be green. I don't see the green one. Oh, okay.
The one by the wells.
Yeah, I know how to get it.
Yeah.
Now I know how to get them all. Do you want to do it, or should I?
I already know where they all are. The well one was just this. But I found this thing.
Okay.
What? That one was unfair on purpose!
Okay. So you found a marble. Am I good to talk to the punch father?
Let me at those photosynthesizing bastards! That's the spirit. Now follow me. I'm sensing some real evil vibes this way. I can feel it in my fairy whiskers. Fairy whiskers are invisible, by the way, because of magic.
I realized I didn't pay attention the first time he talked, aside from punch their evil asses because they won't punch themselves. Who's evil?
I actually have no idea.
Okay. I bet I know what'll cause this. Nope, found one.
Oh, damn. That's a fiend bloom. And it's giving
Trying
off
to
some
level up
evil
fast,
mojo.
if the best
These
way.
must be the source of the parasite strip. Hell no. Give me a second to do my fairy thing and purge the evil.
He turns and
What happened?
he just looks a lot like Mouse.
We gotta cleanse the rest of these things if we're gonna reach the parasite and
Oh,
save the
okay.
beanstalk. Pick me up.
That's good.
He kind of wants to say something. He just goes, hey, 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 hey.
There's a lot to explore.
Yeah. There's one whole way I didn't even
Stop
know.
were warped and wicked. And probably other W words. I can't think of it.
What level are you?
Back off! Back off! Crowding me!
Anyway. You can get under it this time.
Yeah, just block the top. Where's the dining?
Over the other way.
Hello?
What do you mean? Hmm. Did you run somewhere else? Looks like they're... Oh yeah, they're all going after you. Probably the fire field or whatever. Oh, fuck. Well, I think I got the main guy, but then he, like, blew up at the very end and knocked me off the edge.
I got knocked out, but thankfully one of my skills to shoot at an increased speed based on something.
Is he the main one? I thought the Eldritch one was. Well, there was another one who had 2 bars of health.
The wyvern falls! Its leathery wings shall flap anew.
Alright. Garbage, garbage, garbage. Oh, I like that one. I don't like that one. I guess I'll do this. No, it's just about worse in every way. I think it's because we're leveling up. I got rid of my quote-unquote favorites because they were no longer good. I was trying all new stuff because I don't really have any that I really like. I have one that I vaguely kind of remember and like, but
Yeah, the one thing about playing at such wide intervals does make it like, you know, I remember this gun, and if you do, it's like, oh, that's probably terrible.
I think it's I'm comparing it to the Borderlands guns, but because in Borderlands we're at like max level, we keep them for longer. So I think I could probably remember some of my Borderlands guns more than I can remember my Wonderlands guns. Okay, now there has to be something up here. Unless you already got it. Where I am?
Yes, that's where
Is this where Marble was or something?
no, the model wasn't there.
There was nothing up here? It's very clearly a like spot to jump to though. And it's kind of hard to get to spot to jump to.
Interesting.
Oh. That's nice.
To get to the marble, you have to jump off a ledge.
Alright. Feel like the dice would be hard on this place. I said I feel like the dice will be hard on this place. What? The place I went to? Oh wow, this map is even bigger than I thought. Where am I indeed? How did I get over here?
I'm sure it's supposed to teleport.
Yep. This is just about, yeah, you should come over here too. Well, Unless this is the right way, which I don't think it is.
I don't think so, because I deliberately ignored doing the mission.
Yeah, you should probably come over here too. Unless you don't mind, I explore this island.
I'd be curious to see it.
It's
Alright, I think I found how you did it. A webway portal.
it's kind of the obvious one. On the left side towards the beginning. Do you have your window open and are you near a road? I don't mind, but...
It's very loud.
Okay.
No, it's not a road. There's a good time here at the old Lebanon racetrack.
Lebanon?
Yeehaw.
You're in Lebanon?
Yeah. You're in Saudi Arabia, even though that's not the right place.
I need some competent help.
I don't know what the hours of the racetrack are, but I thought they were done, but I guess they're having some kind of race car finale.
Is that where they blow up all the cars at once?
Princesses have locked me out of my home. I will need your
Most of
assistance.
the time I
Come
don't probably
this
like
way.
it, but it is annoying that sometimes it's
Out they are rifling through my notes and tomes, looking for dark magics. You must get inside before they unleash something beyond their understanding.
My air conditioning is set at 60 degrees.
Behold, this portal will take you inside my
You
home.
brought it upon yourself.
It's your home. Shouldn't you be going in?
Clearly, you know nothing of portal magics.
We just need to
Why
find a
do
home
you not
zone
use one's own portal?
Couldn't you get a window unit?
I have, like, that's one of those standing ones, the one that used to be the
Yeah, those are terrible though.
I mean, yeah, it cools down my room, and it's actually not, like, terrible now. Got up to 85 today, which is a lot better than what it used to be. Cools down at night okay, but fuck.
No, I know, but the room ones are just very inefficient.
No, they're standard. So in the days where it's like, oh, it only gets down to 70 at night, which thankfully hasn't happened in a while, I turn it on. Try and keep it off. One for power, and two.
Well, is it
I
really?
do feel a profound amount of guilt in this case, energy-wise.
Why?
Oh, that's one lucky die.
Because what?
Because, like,
What? Who said that? Rah!
for the most part, I haven't lived with AC in quite some time. I do like it, and it's very enjoyable. But where I lived up to this point for a while, I haven't had the luxury of it. And in dealing with heat for a while, I really don't get much annoyed by it. If my apartment's somewhere in the 70s, yes, I would prefer it to be in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's in the 70s, it's like, it's fine. Or at the very least, having been exposed to my apartment literally being over 100 degrees inside, or if it's like above 80, if it's above 80, I don't like it. It's not enjoyable.
Yeah.
Once it gets to the temperature where you can like feel things are physically warm to your touch, it's just inside your apartment. It's like, now it's but using it before that point, I just, I don't know, sometimes I feel
Why?
or if it's like in the middle of the night and it's not like that, it's like it's cool enough outside. But if it's during the day, I don't feel as bad. I just
Have you seen this thing? No, what I'm looking at right now. Yeah.
I have seen the sheep, and it does run weird, and it confuses me.
Did someone mention it?
I
Was
don't
it?
think so.
What's his?
Because we came over here, and the only thing that was spoken to us was
The guy. He said, "Go in."
I think you found.
No, it's the guy standing by the house. He talked. He said, "Go in my house. You gotta fix something."
There's a portal outside his house. I was wondering.
Well, he just created that portal to go in the house, and we were like, why don't we have the door? But
Look at that. I'm weak.
As I feared,
Oh,
portal magic is incompatible
that's cool.
with necromantic
Yep.
energy, like oil and water, or sky and human ears. My apprentices are dabbling in dark arts. You must stop them before their foolishness costs us all.
I also like. Okay, I can live with it.
Lucky you.
They did a reasonable job representing it on the map.
Oi! Giant in here! Open the door!
Can't. Castor attacked me. He's gone mad. He's barricaded himself in the basement, performing the sacrament of God.
Bard? Fool apprentices! Castor must be stopped. Blanson, put your wretched, broken body to some use for once.
Master, I will try. Wow.
Yeah, if you look at how they did it on the map, like, they have a map, it's just underneath it and smaller, but you're not in their exact right spot, but it's where it should be, it's under the house, you know? So,
That's good for them.
yeah. They could have teleported us to something where it's just like, oh, clearly this is not the same place. Or they could have not had us on the map at all.
Far outside the map, you can't see it.
Yeah. Yeah, but instead they had something of a representation.
See the guy.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, good. Oh, you already got ahead of me? Or no, you didn't. Okay, cool.
Oh, no. That's all I do.
Yep. I'm not entirely sure what she did.
I jumped to a thing that was a little distant to where you were.
Well, no, I saw that. I'm just...
I just
Did
thought
it...
about it.
Did it open something?
It itself appears to be open,
It's a...
but I think it's a platform that jumps this jump.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Worth a look.
Castor, fool of an apprentice! The sacrament of God
Ah.
is not meant for you!
Oh, you fall between the wall.
Master, you're just trying to deny
Ah.
us true power. Uh-oh.
Okay. I slid in there, and there was a guy doing magic, and then he disappeared when I got close.
Can't really. You can kind of get out of the fine. You can't get to the upper shelf. I don't see anything that you can do.
Yeah. I kind of have a related story to the AC. It's kind of odd.
But was there a big man who just went through that portal?
Sort of. He was kneeling in front of it and then he disappeared.
Okay, but it wasn't our size.
No.
Do we have any idea why he's doing what he's doing? Or any idea what's really happening? Did someone say Gaston is doing something?
Let's see if the journal has things about the story. No. Yeah. This.
Sunday, Jesus, as long as the race track.
What state are you in? Washington? Oregon. Same thing. And the name of the city sounds like Lebanon, didn't it?
It is spelled the same as Beirut, Lebanon.
Oh, okay.
It's pronounced Lebanon. White people used to say
Yeah, Lebanon's a country and Beirut's the biggest city.
Yeah, Beirut is the capital of Lebanon.
Okay.
Lebanon is a country. Because a person can be, because there are Lebanese people.
Yeah. Yep. What happens if I go? Oh, I try to go. Oh wait.
Apprentice, the sacrament of God is just a minor necromantic spell that turns you into a skeleton. You're less powerful than ever.
He looks pretty powerful from here.
Okay. Oh no.
You can tell him I'm...
His health bar looks like he has shield, but he doesn't. You know?
Come along now, my little Ember.
Oh, now he is here. Oh, he got his health back. Oop. Thank you.
Give him the chop.
There has to be. Okay. Man, that skeleton charge. Damn it. Well, thank you. I was just about to kill a shroomlet, then the skeleton guy killed me for me. And so it didn't count. Ooh. You shoot the orbs that heal him? It's a fair amount of that.
You've lost your head.
That's skeleton charge. So,
No rest for the wicked.
that's save on the boss.
Dealing with my fool apprentice. He's my home.
It's fun to get a death save by killing the boss. Anything good? Hot shot. Oh, look at that. That looks interesting. Oh, Spore Warden. That's a Spore Warden one. I'll just pick up some garbage. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of interesting because my job is such that I shouldn't talk insanely freely, but it's not that big a deal. But suffice to yeah. No, suffice to say, you seem to keep better track of what I'm doing than I keep of what you're doing. Suffice to say, there's an area that needs to be like a secure thing, so it has like a, I think it's supposed to function as a Faraday cage and be not really let sound out and stuff like that. You know, main thing, don't bring in electronics and stuff like that. The important thing, though, it's kind of sealed off a little bit, but it's right in the middle of places and stuff. But because it has to be kind of secure, the logistics of ventilating it properly are difficult. And so they have the area, but it really isn't super well ventilated. And, you know, we're like, well, we gotta fix this. We can't work in a hot area. And so they brought in, you know, one of those units like you have, a room cooler. And what they do, the tube, instead of going to a window, it just goes to the ceiling. So we're not really, you know, we'll run it at full blast and stuff, and it'll still be like 83 in there, because we're not really it's like a metaphor for global warming, basically. We're just, and I was trying to pitch that, hey, we should get these get 4 big things that you'd put in a cooler if you're going camping or picnic or whatever, and keep 2 in our freezer, and then we have an actual cooler in there, and then we just cycle them every so often when we go into the room. So, time to swap them out, because that's actually pulling energy from the room by bringing in coolness. This whole other thing is not, I'm sure it's a waste of money and all this stuff, but because the ice pack thing is so unorthodox, people would go for it. It's kind of lame. I like unorthodox things.
I feel like you're just describing the hillbilly swamp.
Oh yeah, basically.
Yeah.
But it's
a lot better because you're actually converting energy from one. You're not converting energy.
We're removing energy from the room by virtue of having these energy sinks in the form of cool items, which we then take out of the room and place back in the freezer.
Yeah.
But look,
It's a grossly inefficient machine. Which,
yeah.
I mean, I use it too as needed, but I don't like to do it.
Well, yours is at least connected to a window. But then it's still a function of, that's why the actual window units are so much better, because they're really good at having, like, all the heat is on one side and all the other stuff is on the other. And so it's really good at.
Yeah, the tube is not a perfect.
No, not even close.
The tube itself is like the thing's warm.
Right. And yeah, you need like this whole sort of airflow thing, which if the part that you're trying to cool down, yeah, there's a lot of ways to do it better.
Yeah. No, at one point when it got a little more rough this summer, thankfully this summer hasn't been as bad as last summer. It was terrible.
Terrible.
This summer I just basically took a smaller cooler, fill it to the brim with ice, and then put a fan over top of it, and it's basically just doing that a little bit.
Yeah. The problem.
No.
Yeah, the problem is if you're getting your ice from your freezer or whatever. Where were you getting the ice from?
I actually bought a bag of ice from the store.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's all right.
And then to my freezer, I'm draining energy from one source,
Right.
which is not that efficient. No question. No, I just bought a giant bag of ice from the store, dump part of it in a cooler, just do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why if I could have more say in where I live out here, I would probably live on the coast. It's always.
Just have AC units.
I mean, I would do that too, but even so, I don't want to live where I live right now forever.
No, I know, but
It's fine for what it is.
it's I don't know.
I'm not against having AC units. I love it. It's just, I'm grateful I don't need it more out here. It's not like I'm living in Arizona or AC, but the valley in which I reside, the Pacific Northwest is not. It is the thing a lot of people imagine in their head a good chunk of the year. But the valley is way
Normal sized again.
Excellent! You've escaped without the usual embiggening vertigo and teeth liquidation. Come. Here is your reward. You've done well, despite the machinations of my fool apprentices. Which reminds me, Blanson, come out here!
I am sorry, Master. I tried to stop him.
Damn it.
Well, you're faster.
Oh, achievement. I wanted to be in the house when he did that. Okay. not really sure what, if anything, my Wyvern companion does. Presumably he helps in fights. Yeah, I've got garbage to get rid of. Jordy LaForge, I can't see anything. Take over, stand over, Jordy LaForge.
Interesting.
What?
I heard this constant whine. I'm like, what is happening?
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah, there's a portal to report.
Yeah, I'm curious too. That's not the thing you fell in, right?
No, the thing I fell in was over.
See that?
Okay. Well, if you want to waste a life, I thought about it too. Hmm. Oh, it did?
The screen was doing the warp thing as you get close.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I might have things that make me move faster. Did I somehow get rid of my shield? Yeah, I just sold my shield, I guess. Ah! I feel like it did something.
Rise from your grave.
Bishops! Bollocks, that river is cold. Nice to have dry boots again.
I think you jump further slide.
I feel like it did something.
The screen like starts to bend as you get close.
No, but it like did 2 flashes. Now I'm really gonna waste it.
I cheesed it.
How'd you do it?
Okay, as you
Yeah.
get close, hold down circle to do your slam, and you buy yourself an extra slam. You know how it's
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
slam move? Yeah, do that. It buys you just enough flip time.
Alright.
Undead and loving it.
I pressed jump, and it died in it died in the same way it died the first time, where it felt like it glitched. I think what happens is like I collide with the sheep, and it pinches me and warps me at the same time in a weird way, and so it doesn't know what to do with me, and then it kills me.
Well, I'm grateful that.
Oh yeah, I'm glad it lets us do that. That one seems interesting. gonna assume the greens are not good enough. Make my life easier. The water actually seemed to occur. That's kind of cool. So this place seems more magic themed. I guess the whole game's Dungeons and Dragons, but no, this is more magic themed. I'll be back in just 1 second.
Oh, isn't he cute when he's all tidy and pick up?
I can feel 3 more of those fiend blooms in my fairy whiskers. The closest one is at the lighthouse. Let's go!
You're getting the messages. Back to the fun party.
In the beanstalkified town, a mighty, super regal beast is imprisoned and longs to be free. It's also pretty hungry, so maybe bring a little snacking.
In the town, there's a beast that's in prison, longs to be free, and is hungry. Okay. Bog turtle. That's kind of good. If I'm honest, it's mostly because it has a funny quote that I want to keep it. Figure this out in a moment. Let's go through. So that one I've got to keep because it's magic. I'll try this one. It's going to be lame.
Is that a marble near you? Break it. I want to remember.
Okay. That must have been you. I haven't moved at all.
You're pretty generous on that. Is that a marble near you? I see.
Eldon spends all his time at the archives now. So studious. I like the way his lashes flutter across the page. And the shape of his lips as he mumbles about possession and soul transmutation and dark bonds. His face is so good. That's a normal friend thought, right? Yes. So friendly.
There's a chill in the air.
It's kind of cool. But I think... that one's kind of cool too. Okay, jacketed frostburn. Holes in nearby enemies. increase gun damage by 12% for 10 seconds. Oh, it's kind of slow. Alright. I don't know, that looks cool though.
I mean, I'm still holding on to that one because it's pretty good. I just got this.
Oh no, I was talking about the thing I just cast.
Yeah, no. I'm saying I have that one too because I think we both got it.
Oh, did we?
Yeah. I think it has red text on it.
Yeah.
Something about cakes.
Yeah. Almost feels like a reference to that one comedy bit from Eddie Izzard, but not quite. This one looks like it's really powerful, but not the one I was... No, this other one. Here, I'll show you the one that looks like... Well, actually...
Well, the cake one pulls people in, slows them down, freezes them.
Yeah.
There's a lot of little things.
Yep. Doesn't do much damage at all. But I guess the Hydra's... I don't know. What do... Yeah, maybe. So let's get rid of all these guns. And we will try out this gun and this gun. And we'll look. Do I like any of these? Oh no, I know this one. I do kind of like that. Oh yeah, this is one of the weird ones. Honestly, that's kind of fun though.
Bad news. The beanstalk is sick. And not cool sick, but like bad sick, as in ill, but not like cool ill. I mean like sick ill. You know what I mean.
I really don't.
I'll stick with these for now. And I'll hang on to those two. Alright, after all that, I'm finally ready to play the game again.
No. So, for whatever reason, me and my friends have been watching, for some reason, my friend and I have just been going through a bunch of the classic kind of horror, like Halloween, Friday the 13th, and all those things.
Okay.
And we've watched, like, every single one, and when you're watching them back-to-back in, like, a marathon, I mean, the good news is, like, we're also, like,
Right.
But sometimes we just end up watching the movie, not playing the game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the nice part is that we're all kind of making jokes about the movies and whatnot as they're going.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's not just... But it's... After watching all of them, I have a... Like, I don't know. I don't know what to describe them as, because I'm like, I can see why people find them to be
Mm-hmm.
It's not like I would say any of them are excellent movies. I will say the most, not
Evil dies tonight.
Yes. So, we haven't watched the second one of that yet.
Okay.
We watched the first one. That one actually was bad.
Yeah.
That one actually, I thought that was pretty. But then again, it could be a pretty low bar because some of the ones
Mm-hmm.
we've watched for between all of those gods, just like this is kind of rough. But some of them are campy in a fun way. Like all the Friday the 13th. Like I get the Jason character
Mm-hmm.
because he's just killing everybody everywhere, and he has like no clear motivation. At least the Mike Myers character has.
I get it. It's fine. Wasn't on purpose.
But there's also like with most of the Friday the 13th movies,
Did you ever play the game? Isn't Friday? Yeah, Friday the 13th. That's a really good game. Yeah. Yeah. No, the game.
Death is miserable at night. Can't spot a cheat to save her life.
Yeah, the game is clearly made by people who are like super big fans of Friday the 13th. Jeffy Goldblum's. Yep. Yeah. I haven't actually seen that movie, but that's fine. Yep, I got that impression.
But the movie we got done watching before that was Jason vs. Freddy Krueger, which on the surface is like hot garbage. And it was actually like, I don't know, I enjoyed it because it ignored some of the tropes that drive me nuts about a lot of these. Like, we were just watching a bunch of horror movies,
Mm-hmm.
and one of the biggest tropes, and without even naming specific movies, at the very end, no matter what anyone did, someone who survived is going to very the camera menacingly cut to black. It's like, oh, because they didn't accomplish anything. And it just...
By the way, did you know your bones are actually...
Mm-hmm.
Seriously?
I'm going to eat your brain!
Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah.
Oh, that's one lucky die.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Right. Do you have school Monday? Is that off? Or whatever it is. You have tests though. You do have classes. You have school and classes and stuff, right? To some extent?
No, third and fourth year, just be going to clinics.
But you have tests.
I have a big board exam, but oh man, I just took that a few weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
But aside from that, no, there's really not any tests. For the most part, I'm a working member at the hospitals I go to, except I don't get paid any money at all.
Right.
Basically free labor, that's
So was
I'm not learning.
yeah. This windy platform is where you got one of the things?
It's the winning platform is where the marble is.
Okay.
I actually jumped off before the wind showed up, but I ended up dying because I didn't jump to it.
Yeah. No, I'm fine. Yeah. Yeah. Send them home or whatever.
On to the next one.
Hmm. Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not gonna like highlight this to the patient.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's weird. It's weird how sometimes people are just really, I don't know what the word is. Social conformity is such a high pressure that they just don't acknowledge like really obvious things. Yeah.
But for the sake of, for the sake of preserving the vaguest semblance of confidence in anything I was attempting to do,
So how many did you, like, were there a week of incidents and you reported, or there was... Okay. Right.
he would just be like, nah, it's fine. Well, I'm glad that you approved, but also, I couldn't talk to anyone else. And his daughter was like a medical assistant, and a precocious one at that. But in essence, it kind of felt like she was running the show. Yeah, because, you have to understand, this was an older gentleman
Yeah, yeah.
It seems like he was probably a pretty nice guy, but he was so forgetful. He wouldn't remember who we were seeing, and then he would just complain that the notes were just like, "Can I sign this note?" And I said, "Oh, I just need to." I would have to type all his notes for him.
Right.
You're only as good as your blade.
And then I had to stay late making these small adjustments that he wanted to come type.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes those adjustments were like, "Can you bold this?"
Right. Oh, yeah. So, how long were you working with him?
Just 2 weeks.
And, alright, so because it was kind of a discreet thing, you probably, the first couple times, it was like, maybe it's not that bad. Just at the end of it, you let people know?
At the end of it, no, in the middle of it, because it's supposed to go to this week and next week were supposed to be the last 2. But I let my school know, and they're like, "Yeah, we don't want that. You're done there." I said, they said, "Do you want to finish the rotation?" I said, "Honestly, no."
Okay.
And I thought about it long and hard, because on the one hand, I kind of felt obligated to because he was seeing.
Yeah.
Not that I was, well, I think I was better. I'm pretty sure I'm better than him. But I just felt an obligation to like, what care are they going to get in the absence of me there? But then again, a few people mentioned, it's like, technically, that's not your concern. It's nice of you to care.
Yeah.
Your concern is to learn, and you are not capable of doing that there. He's not teaching you anything.
Well, right, but...
Me and my classmate were effectively there at working as people who pseudo doctors who could type his notes for him.
Right.
There's no one else there. That was fast.
Right. Okay.
So, yeah, I went into it. I'd heard about this person before from some of my classmates, and he had been reported before, but so when I didn't hear from him, but right when I got there, I'm like, oh, this is and then I feel bad because I can tolerate for the sake of what is acceptable for me to complain about, like, if someone's like doing greedy medicine where it's like, I'm not going to deal with any additional problem, just schedule a specific appointment for that. Like, personally, I think that's shitty, but I can't for it because technically I'm wrong for it.
That? Here's a anyway.
So, and that's not nearby where you live, or it's kind of nearby?
That was 45 minutes south of where I live.
So, are your rotations always within driving distance of where you live?
In theory, they're supposed to be. It's complicated some by COVID because none of the patients climbed.
Have you ever had, what's the furthest away rotation you've had?
2 hours.
2 hours, and you just drove there every day?
No, that one actually had housing in there, so I
Okay.
that was
Alright.
45 minutes.
So,
About that way.
I already have this, and then you might like this just because of what happens when you reload it.
Ready to cast.
Yeah, when you reload it, it's cool. That's about the only cool thing about it. Is that the sniper I gave you?
The shotgun.
Oh no, huh. I thought it was this. Is that the one I gave you?
Hot shot of the wizards.
Okay. I guess, yeah, it didn't seem like a shotgun to me, but yeah, you're right. Kind of has a scope and stuff, but...
Yeah.
Okay.
Was there something you meant to grab?
No. I was just thinking of that one as a sniper. Then I also had a taunter outfit or something that I already had. You probably did too, but... I think I'm just going to get rid of the jacketed frostburn. So how many rotations have you done? Is there an amount or just like everyone has to do 20 rotations and then they're a real boy?
You have to do what are considered core rotations, which go through the greater majority of medicine and specialties within. Not all of them, just most of them. Then your fourth year, the one I'm in, the last one, was remarkably. Third year was very structured. It's like, hey, you have to family man, journal, surgery, and you have to do osteopathic, you have to do fucking psychiatry, you have to do. It was very structured on when these were happening, and you had only like 2 electives you could do. Fourth year's the opposite.
What's an elective? Just a course? An elective rotation.
An elective rotation.
Okay.
You pick what you're doing.
What?
So third year structure. What was the question?
Yeah, I kind of could think of the answer to the question in my own head.
Okay. So yeah, third year is very structured. I think the 2 I picked last year was one was an independent study rotation I did for board study and research. One was working back in Colorado for a month because I was already that was my preceptor there. Sorry, the guy who said there.
Mm-hmm.
That was the IC. Everything else was out of my hands.
So it seems like this is the right way, but also the other way seems to have way more, so we should probably go the right way, I'm thinking.
Down the right way?
Well, this is the next waypoint, it looks like. Unless you... And it looks like it's a dead end aside from this one island, as opposed to...
Okay, then let's do it.
Unless it's sending me somewhere else. Nope.
Honestly, what makes you a real boy is passing exams. Like, for example, I can get all through medical school. Technically, you can't proceed if you don't pass the board exams, even though they're not part of the school.
The board is the bar, basically?
Yes.
The board is to doctors, the bar is to lawyers?
Yeah.
Okay. And...
boards happen during medical school, whereas the bar, I think, happens at the school.
Okay, and so was the big test you recently did, or you have
Yes,
more?
there's 3 of them.
Okay.
There's 2 of them. I took one of them a year ago, and then I took the other one just a few weeks ago. I barely passed both, but I did pass them.
Okay.
Though next year they're not even going to be graded; they'll just be pass-fail. So we'll see. I just get fucked by them because it's my school.
Okay, but so do you have another one you have to do?
After I'm a resident, there's what is called level 3, step 3, which you have to do. But you're already kind of at the next stage, so it's less of a barrier. Like,
Sounds like a lot of bullshit.
it is.
I too hunger. And a wyvern's hunger is a terrible thing. Long have I laid its chain, robbed of my fire to feed this furnace. While I go hungry, told me never get on a wyvern's bad side. So, I'll help you, but you gotta promise not to kill me.
You are wise for an ape. First, you must still this infernal contraption, else the hatch above will not open.
Well,
This one just
yeah, I saw that.
I see him.
Okay, fine, fair enough. I don't think there is a way to do... Yeah, I think we have to. I don't think there's a way. I think we're supposed to go through here. It's the tarp.
All right, machine's been managed.
Somewhere near this prison, perhaps where the sun shines, lies the release mechanism to open my cage. Activate it, and I shall have my freedom.
got it, devil.
Soon, I shall be free once again, and the heavens will rattle with my roar! Apologies. I get angry when I haven't eaten.
What the hell, what?
Thanks, Heel Barrel.
You're feeling luckier.
Huh?
The good news is about this one is that you get 2 vacation months of insurance. So, one I wasn't originally planning on doing, but I'm gonna after this week, after next week, I'm on vacation.
This is gonna be the
What are your
really
vacation
great
months?
or really
I
terrible.
chose next
Well,
month.
time to
and
find out.
then- or not, I chose 4 weeks starting the end of June. After this coming week, 4 weeks thereafter. And then I'm doing the next month of December.
Oh, cool.
I was going to do the last month of my 4th year, but then I was just like, they're having a hard time finding a schedule where
Oh, skeet pen. Jackpot.
I was so
Something
focused
like a
on
fresh roast in the morning.
exams, it's just another time.
So, and you were, that one was close with you?
Oh yeah. The way they did the scoring is
Mm-hmm.
but like the test goes from like 400 magic units of
Yeah.
to 800. I'm sorry, it goes from 0 to 800, 900 or some bullshit, and 400's passing. And I was like at 405.
Oh wow.
And
That's
I was at 405 last year, and on the test that was harder in my opinion, and I actually like the stuff we're talking about on this test because it's far more clinical. But I don't know what it is about the test. I got the exact same fucking score, and I studied my ass off for it. I got the same score. Literally the same number score.
Did you?
Rather impressive.
Yeah. Did you know what? Have any sense of what was wrong? Do you get?
I mean, they have practice tests you can do, and I took a few, but
Were
they
you?
can tell you weaknesses in between them. I noticed training with pediatric rashes throw me off a lot. But then again, they aren't always guaranteed to be on the final test that you take. Also, the test-taking company doesn't reveal how it's scored, and they don't share like practice questions really because they feel it validates the test. So then other companies
Come along now, my skeepish chums. Right this way.
success, and they charge you money for it. But they are ripped by the same people who write the so the two practice tests I gave were through the company that does write the test.
Got an easy mark over here. All right. Hey, come stand over here for a minute. I'm okay. It's a little thing called acting. Maybe you've heard of it.
So, but it's never like, oh, here. Even on the test ones, you don't get to know. Oh, you got this wrong.
They never let you go through the questions one by one. Other companies make an outside company makes practice questions that they feel capture the spirit of the test. Then they will let you go through one by one and why. But the test company itself never is going to answer.
So, what do you attribute it to?
I attribute it to the breadth of knowledge we're expected to know for certain messages. And I have a hard time accepting associations on face value, in that I have a hard time just believing them unless I understand them in a very detailed way. So, if I'm in that gray zone where it's like, I kind of think I know the test is more successful if you can answer what you think the test takers want versus critical thinking. It's my general thing.
Okay, that makes more sense.
I'll add in the additional caveat of I think I tripped up a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard to say. I think a big part of it because I performed it.
Yeah.
So I think that's a big part of it is that
It's fine. You answered my question.
I'm sure there's some hundreds of hours more than I did last year. And that was on subject.
Okay. Where's the pen? Oh, actually, I think I know where it is. It's right here.
There. Fresh scheme. Don't ever say I didn't do anything for you.
Do you have friends who are doing you know, like the person you were with or whatever. Is that someone you know or just someone? Do you have friends in the same program where you can be like, okay, so do you ever talk to them and be like, do you have a sense of how well they did, or did they tell you how well they did? Do no, I know.
I wouldn't reveal my score because most the few times I've even stuck playing at it, one of my classmates, like always that they're always just like, oh, you always seem really smart. It's hard you would struggle with it. And I would just, you know, one guy phrased it really weird. It's like I interpret it as like, huh, you're dumber than your behavior was suggests is how I interpreted it.
Mm-hmm.
Based on my like grade, and it's like the test sucked and I didn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, sure, it's not exactly that. Most people don't share just because.
That's fine. I was just curious.
One of my friends, my really good friends, he barely passed the one last year.
Okay.
That's fucking derailed me. Like, he was second to the class behind me, and he barely gets past it. He actually did a whole program, and then he didn't pass it the second time. And now he's doing a tutor, which is like thousands of dollars.
Yeah, sure. But
And
so people not passing isn't unheard of.
isn't unheard of, but then schools, when you get in, are just like, all right, pass rate is 97% of the
Yeah,
class.
but they're all bullshit.
And then
You know how things are.
the NVIDIA, the company that runs the test, is like, its first time pass is like 95%.
Alright.
So,
I don't
in
wanna.
theory, it shouldn't be that common
Yeah.
to lose. I don't feel great about barely passing twice. I don't take it too personally because I feel pretty practiced.
No, I understand that.
I still don't like it.
Yeah, it is a bit odd.
My other one friend, he didn't tell me a specific score, but he's better. I don't know. I just thought long and hard. What am I doing wrong? But I think I just suffered from the whole kind of thinking, which I think serves me really well. But it's much.
Yeah, yeah. Well, okay, so there was in college.
I'm a raging atheist.
No, no,
Gaslighting myself.
probably not that. There's certain kinds of test takers, but I don't think you're particularly bad at taking tests necessarily.
No,
So,
every test up to a point, except for these giant
you're right.
board exams. I mean, med school tests are their own beast. But yeah, like all through college, I was usually like 98%, 100%,
Right.
92% at the worst.
Yeah. There was one course, so I took logic, and I love that. But then I also started a course, and it was called critical thinking, and it was the dumbest shit ever. Because they would have a sentence, and then they would say, blah, 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 blah. What is the correct way to interpret this? And they'd have different answers, and there would be reasonable, precise reasons why you could argue for multiple of them. And they just had one that they thought was right. And it's like, fuck that. So the fact that it even is like vaguely like that basically answered my question.
Yeah, none of the answers on the exam. There's very rarely like. I remember the joke, the way I phrase it is that I remember taking a few exams. The teacher would put like ham sandwiches in answer because it's just they're just trying to throw your freebie. Like one of the multiple choice, which is like these tests have nothing that even is in the ballpark of ham sandwich.
Yeah.
They can have 4 answers or 8. Actually, multiple choice questions.
I'm going to talk to the guy right now.
You have shown wisdom, kindness, and cunning far beyond your peers, traveler. Take this scale to remember me, as I shall never forget you.
get an item? Elden Wyvern's Ring of Time Chasm, I think.
That makes sense.
It's a blue ring.
There it is. Mine is Ring of the Foretold, but otherwise. Increase fire damage by 20, 3.9% sniper rifle crit damage, and 2.1% assault rifle.
Weird. Mine's totally different.
And gun damage is 6.7%.
Okay. I have that, yeah. I have spell radius and action cooldown. Action skill cooldown.
Unfortunately, I have
Yeah.
like the thing for me that I really enjoy pharmacology most of the time I've seen and even on these tests my average performance on that is not that great and those are the very few questions that when I answer I think this is almost sure.
Mhm.
So if I'm missing those, one, they don't tell me how.
Yeah, you.
Whatever they're calling me out on is something that it's like, okay, this isn't even like, they'll be like, technically, it's telling me theoretical risk of heart problem. So this person had mentioned a vague heart issue 30 years ago, I guess, or some bullshit.
No, I know.
So, I don't. It's I would prefer to take the test, do very well, and then tell them it's
It sounded like, I don't know. Well, no, I'll say what it sounded like. It sounded like you would have been well benefited from very precise feedback.
yes, but
Couldn't you just, like, go to, like, shadypdfs.com and turn on your protector, and then it's like, here's the workbook of the test with the answers, and,
the closest thing I could do was go to Reddit reviews before
Mm-hmm.
and go to the subreddit for this test.
Mm-hmm.
People would be like, hi, people who just took this test. If you, hypothetically, were going to take this test tomorrow, what subject would you like to brush up on? And then, based on what they said, I was able to answer.
Okay.
Some ethics questions. A lot of people said, no one said vaccine schedules. It showed up a bunch of mine.
Hmm.
I did that. That was edge to my
Yeah.
I don't know. It's also an 8-hour exam, so it's possible that
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
a bunch of other small
Are ethics questions bullshit? Or, oh wait, no, you've given me example of an ethics thing before. It's like, grandma gives you cookies, do you kill her? Right?
yeah, that's some of them. This time the ethics questions were more, I don't remember what one was like, one was just a person trying to show one was, here's the problem, there'll be an ethical situation where it's like, someone who goes in for some certain thing,
Mm-hmm.
just if someone had certain surgeries, issues, it was later discovered that after surgery, under what principle would the doctor be charged for this surgery that taken to court or something? I don't even remember. But they would have random lab trays.
Mm-hmm.
One would, so it's Rep C, some loquitur,
Mm-hmm.
which they play in a little Latin, so I was able to piece it together. But there, at no point did we ever go.
That fiend bloom's gotta be around here somewhere. Find it!
Yeah.
It was res ipsum loquitur.
E pluribus unum.
Malfeasance,
Mm-hmm.
beneficence,
Maleficent.
or something else. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And the answer, I mean,
Yeah.
Technically, I think it's supposed to be read to be some low quitter, because that just means the thing speaks for itself. In that something so flagrantly bad, you don't really need to go into the bullshit why it's read.
Right.
It's just like, oh, this is now back force it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool your head.
Yeah. Okay. I don't like magic word tests.
Out so we all walk away, preferably with me walking away rich. Looky here, a healing vial.
Yeah.
Yep, we're going to talk about this for a long time.
Yep.
By the way, I checked the pediatric rashes. There were no questions on that the entire exam. There's no questions. It's also just luck of what they talk about.
There's a quest starting thing here. I'm going to pick it up. It's a wanted sign or something.
The knightly gentleman of the highest esteem is in search of a squire high atop the beanstalk. Go there and aid him in his most illustrious quest.
I also found a scroll.
Another glorious day in our quaint little town. Oh, how delightful it is to live in a place where nothing out of the ordinary ever happens at all. Yes, indeed. Everything is just so wonderfully predictable around here, and nothing ever changes. Time for another routine day, just like every other... Wait, what's that sound?
Okay.
Unhand me, hero! Which is to say, put me down near the fiend bloom.
Ah! If that's the right way, that's the craziest, one of the craziest right ways in the game. That is going to be kind of thing people are online and how on earth do you get to the die and blah 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 blah. I would not be surprised if there was some sort of... Were you able to stand on the flower? Yeah, no, I had to jump on the thing beside the flower. Right here. Because you're not supposed to be able to stand on these. Yeah. Basically, there have been like 5 things like this, and I've jumped on all of them, and all but this one have killed me for trying to jump on it and thinking it was walkable. So the fact that this one like actually is kind of crazy. Yeah. Anyway. Critical thinking is just logic with bullshit. Yeah, I guess. But to be fair, you said you were good at getting the answer that you thought they were looking for.
I mean, but my objective when answering it wasn't appease them. I was actually answering it based on just one. And it just so happened to apply.
Well, maybe I had a bad critical thinking course. Or maybe there could have been a few things.
When it came to the critical thinking questions, I appreciated it. I at least felt comfortable with like, okay, based on this version of this, it could be interpreted that the author is suggesting this. But
Yeah, but the problem, well, it depends on what it is. I enjoy being pedantic, but the problem was it was way too definitive and inflexible, and there were reasonable ways to interpret different things, and it just...
I think it's a rather silly...
It's too gatekeeping. It's too, oh, this is the right way. It's like, really? It's okay if it's like a kind of class meant to teach the ability to read sentences and infer things from it, but to say what the sentence explicitly means from interpretation, like teaching the skill of interpretation is a valuable thing. Using it as a rule to come to definitive answers about subjective things is bullshit. And then acting like, yeah. And I probably, if you had a good one, I probably didn't have a good one. I probably had a course that was kind of bullshitty.
I pretty much agree with you. I think the only reason that I have less frustration with is, one, it was one of the few tests that went well.
I know, but it's worth noting I am in no way saying, hey, the thing you did well on, that specific thing and your specific thing was shitty. I'm saying my experience with it was shitty. And there's little reason to believe that they're identical or even necessarily equivalent.
I think my broader defense here just stems from
I'm being a bit broad in my attack on it.
I'm not even frustration with it. I'm not and it does well encapsulate the frustration of the exams that I've personally. It's like we could make a case for any of these. Yeah, we're standing firm on this.
Yep.
I get broadly more frustrated because I am very convinced of my capacity and ability to do what I'm doing. I think the metric that the tests put on display as success do not translate to success in doing the job. What is crazy to me is how many current physicians and even like members of school or like are like constantly, and yet it's still something that just kind of exceptional. That's how it is. And I'm just like, well then what are we doing?
Yeah.
Currently in my class anymore because he didn't pass by less points than I passed. He had like a 398 I'm frustrated because it's like, Eric, you're an idiot. No, I'm an idiot. But the test says you are. Well, I'm not. In fact, I wish more people were capable of doing some of the things that I could do. I wish people were better at critical thinking. Everyone I talked to hated the critical thinking section of the test. And I don't necessarily blame them, but I'm also like,
Most people I know hate logic, and logic is the best thing ever.
I feel like I use logic frequently for imitation.
Well, no, like, I don't know. Logic can help with a good critical thinking question, but
Oh, absolutely. I feel like I feel like that's why I was so successful is because of the logic course I took for the test.
yeah, but critical thinking is like a bastardization.
I don't know. I just remember I didn't even listen to it. I got a YouTube thing for like the critical thinking section. It's just funny shit. It's like put a numerical value of +1 positive or negative tone to subject X every time you go through. I'm like, fuck you. I'm not doing that. Like that's not how that works. Like you just listen to what it says.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's
For a reason. It was trying to emphasize it.
but not really.
Well, look, showed up to their own funeral. And of their own.
Yeah.
Who's up for some fun?
Oh, damn.
Yeah, that's not how it works. Yeah. There should be. I'm trying to... Yeah. So first, we are on... Off this quest is there anyway. Oh, okay.
And the Punchfather does his very magic-tastical thing at the Bean Blooms!
Beam seems like a good weapon, but it just does no damage. I used to know enough that that gun sucks. This one. Looks cool, but does no damage.
shot one of that.
Okay, 1 second. What?
Kids just had just like
Yeah, I did.
that's a fun way of announcing.
Yep. Forgot Deep Space Nine did the bullshitty thing. I knew Voyager did, but the thing, there's an episode I watched kind of recently where something happens and there's some weird. There's one of a few different bullshitty reasons caused it so every so often Chief O'Brien jumped a bit in the future and then he jumped back. And he turned out to be very lucky because that was the week they wouldn't have been able to save themselves from the space station blowing up. So he had this arm device that let him stay in the future longer because they're like, we got to figure it out. It's going to happen soon. So on his last jump forward, they're like, but the longer you stay in the future, you get radiation poison and whatever. And so he's like, well, I gotta stick around to figure it out. So he stays in the future for like an hour or something, and he figures it out. But then he's like, okay, well, I'm too sick to go back. Future O'Brien, you go back for me. And then forever on, Future O'Brien is the current O'Brien.
As opposed to, and Voyager was it like insecure or something.
It's the whole... Depending on your perspective in Voyager... Oh, what happened?
I'll cut the very punch father out of you if I have to.
Yep. Depending on your perspective, either Ensign Kim is not the real Ensign Kim, or everyone except for Ensign Kim is not the real person. Which, you know, is a clever trick of the episode to say, oh, I thought we were following Prime Voyager, but we were following... But just, Voyager just doesn't give a shit up here. But isn't it weird that you are the captain, but you're kind of not my captain? Ah, it's Starfleet. Weird's part of the job. Fuck off, Kim. Yeah. Like, everyone... And because that was... I forget how long that Voyager had existed in parallel. But it was just like, you can't... That's a pet peeve of mine. With that one, it's like, okay, it's only him from an hour in the future. So it's not as bad. But it's still kind of not him anymore. But... Well, maybe in that... Oh, well, yeah, they take it a little more seriously, and also it's just an hour. And also you could say, okay, every other... That episode was a fake out, and... who we were following, like...
I did not like that one bit. Now let's find another. Pick me up.
You could say that that episode was about an alternate timeline where we're following past... No, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work because either O'Brien's fake or everyone he's with when he leaves is fake. Yeah.
Basically has the reverse problem of the one where there's Picard who leaves the Enterprise before it fills up with someone on the deck of the Enterprise. Like, it's you in the same show. How did this happen?
Right. But that one was just like, oh, fuck that Picard. He's not the, you know, whatever. I forget how they did that one. Yeah. It's one of, when I think, when does Picard start being Picard? Because my most recent rewatch was still a bit ago of TNG. It's like, what's the first good episode? What's the first time you get to see Picard kind of being Picard? Because early Picard's kind of weird. And it's also unclear kind of what's driving him. But there's a moment pretty early on where the ship is getting like sucked into a wormhole or whatever, and there's like a time thing that's causes it, and he gets the idea, maybe it is that episode where, yeah, that could be that episode where he's like, I'd never abandoned my ship. It's like, oh, you didn't have to. You went through and that destroyed the ship. And so you got to make a different choice. Or he just learned he had to make a different choice. And then he goes, okay, well, kind of, if I were me, the choice I would make is to face it and go through it. So if I'm trying to make an opposite choice to what I would do, it would be to try and flee. And I'm like, good. He actually thinks about fleeing and going like, fuck this. But he doesn't do it. And that makes it more interesting. Anyway. But Voyager just doesn't give a shit. But they also fuck over O'Brien again, because then like 2 episodes later, or in the same season, I think, he goes to a mind prison. And he's put in this thing where they... 20 years. They inject him with... Yeah. They inject him with Okay. Yeah, they give him memories of 20 years in prison. And then And also Keiko, like, kind of fuck her. It's like day 2, and it's like, Miles, you're just being weird. It's like, a bitch, I was in prison for 20 years.
I do appreciate the one thing. I knew you weren't dead, Miles, because you'd never have coffee afterwards.
Oh yeah, no, that was a different episode. I did like that though. She was just wrong. Yeah.
Her being wrong led to that conclusion, but it was just...
Yeah.
And yeah, she's like, Miles, why is she back to be home? Like, I've been in prison for 20 years, and I murdered myself.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that trope a fair amount, and it frequently bugs me. It doesn't bug other people, and other people just don't. People with dumb show brain, they go, well, what happened on the TV screen? That's the thing that happened, and all the lore of the universe, if I didn't see it, didn't happen. And so, like, because there's a fair amount of shows, and I know you can only do so much, but they'll do like, oh, well, for the sake of bullshit reason, we're going to do a time jump. And for some reason, this show has a lot of character development over the, like, 1 year we followed the characters for, but then when you do a 2-year time jump, they haven't changed at all. And it's like, that's, nothing happens during a time jump. The characters don't change, nothing, and, I don't know. Deep Space Nine takes over, happens, more of O'Brien's life is in that episode than in all of TNG and Deep Space Nine put together, 20 years he's in this prison, and TNG and Deep Space Nine are not 20 years together.
Yeah. I will say,
I
like the episodes.
I'm conflicted on that. I wish they would have, even though other people would have hated it, I wish they would have had, oh, Dr. Bashir, hey, I'll give you a hypo spray. It'll dull, they kind of do it. Dr. Bashir is like, I'll give you, basic antidepressants, but I wanted him to be like, okay, like, the Inner Light was perfect. The Inner Light had Picard do it, but then they pretty clearly made it like, the people, unlike the prison people, the Inner Light people weren't trying to fuck up Picard's brain for life. They were just trying to be remembered. So he's like, I feel the life and stuff, but at the same time, it's not exactly a memory and stuff, and it's a little faded, but he plays his little flute, and so you go, oh, okay, it's fucking in there, but it's not like, it doesn't feel like it was a full thing. I wanted... Right, yeah, where it's like he had this life, and he has all the memories of it, but it's kind of like, has a feeling of a half-remembered dream or something like that. And it's just like, I don't know, I wanted Dr. Bashir to be like, this will kind of numb some of the effect of it. You'll still have the memory, but it won't feel as real or something. Like, you could do the same episode, But instead he gives them antidepressants, and it just, it'll be fine next week.
Join me next week. Battle of the Bulge and the Hollows.
Yeah. Like, oh yeah, I think I used to do that. Because, like, what they're basically doing when they're like, that would be like going to Picard and be like, hey Picard, another game of pool? It's like, I did pool 20 years ago. What are you talking about? If that was his hobby 20 years, just casually acting like every hobby you had 20 years ago, you're just going to pick up next week. It's like I don't know. I like Deep Space Nine. I'm not complaining because it's not like actually bad. Like, anyway, there's a lot to talk about, so I'll let the mission progress first. Where are we supposed to do things?
So I just killed this elder dragon up here. I think I'm going a right way, or at least a way that we're going to more map. I think we're supposed to bounce it back. See what happens.
from the cathedral. That must be where the next theme bloom sprouted. Let's get there ASAP as possible. Ugh! I hate that nefarious abomination so much! Even though I'm totally like at one with nature and all that.
With the obvious exception of those shroom creatures.
Well, yeah, but that's different. Those guys suck.
Even though the town got all messed up, at least the residents have higher property values. You get it? Because they're... Okay, never mind.
I see him.
So I want to bounce on this one.
Yeah, I saw that too. So you think that's the wrong way?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, good.
One, I take it the turn is not big.
Yeah.
It's kind of a dead end. It may lead us to the top of that tower. The tower's blocked by a clock.
So, did you ever start watching the Star Trek Picard discussions? I think you said you did start, right?
I did. I watched a good chunk of them. I made it partway through.
Of the reaction, of the discussion. Yeah, okay. Oh, but you didn't finish?
I've not finished.
The second last one is one of my favorite Red Letter Media moments for a long time. And you'll know which moment I'm talking about.
I'm hesitant to watch the Obi-Wan. It's still part of it. Like, should I watch it?
I watched it. I didn't give Disney money, but I did watch Obi-Wan. It's... yeah...
I have nothing against a lot of the players in this show, as far as I'm aware.
Right. So, yeah. So, like I said, I wasn't going to give him money, but I was like, okay, I don't know, I had an idea where I'd kind of watch, and then just, that's a really dumb idea. I don't know why I did that. Well, fuck. I was going to watch, but then kind of... well, what happened was I watched the first episode, but I was kind of just making fun of it to myself. And I was like, that was kind of funny. Maybe what I should do is record my kind of heckler commentary as I watch it. And then on different, you know, a Decoy YouTube channel or something, share it. And I did record it, but I never actually ended up combining them. But the end result is that I kind of have a different relationship with the show, where I have kind of memories of my thoughts about it and stuff like that. And
You might find enjoyment of it the same way I've been finding enjoyment of some of these shitty reviews.
well, so right, I was expecting it to be horrible. Well, I think it's because episode 1, I was kind of heckling it, and it was just, it was really deserving that. But then things got a little awkward when it got slightly better, you know? It's not good, and it is Disney Plus-ish. And there are things about it that are very worthy of mockery. But there's stuff in it that's almost good, in a way that, you know, Captain Falcon and the Winter Soldier just doesn't have it all, you know. Most Disney Plus things are bad, and this has things where it's like, that's not, a couple things aren't bad. There's one thing I want to, yeah.
Well, now, when you say Captain Falcon and the Winter Soldier, is that another Disney Plus show?
Yeah, sorry. Well, yes, it is another, but it's actually Falcon, right? Because it's Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I think that is the name of the show. But he's given the Captain America shield. Well, actually, my brain just farted when I said it. I wasn't. Yeah, but I wasn't intentionally making a joke with that title. I was just not thinking as I talked. No, that show was actually bad. Disney Plus is just like Disney's doing this stuff now where it's just sludge. I think the way in the future people will be like, just watch till Endgame and then kind of.
I mean, because my friends and I watch a lot of movies from pretty much somewhere mid to late 70s all the way up till now.
Mm-hmm.
I try, having not been alive for a good chunk of that time, I have a hard time getting the point of reference, but, you know, sometimes you look at the past with rose-colored glasses, I still nonetheless feel that a certain degree of movie creativity is dormant or has otherwise died in the last, like, 10 to 20 years.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
I mean, it's not to say, like, first of all, reboots have been being done for a long time. I don't think that's anything new, even though it's kind of a joke.
Was there anything secrety here? This area we bounced to, was there any point to it?
I could not find anything of merit. I didn't even find a dot.
Yeah. There has to be something here.
I bet there's like a quest, but
That one makes sense.
some objectives to be there, but there may be a die I couldn't get to. I thought it was going to lead us to the top of the tower, but
No, just sends us back. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying.
I don't want to say half Hollywood is probably like Hollywood 80s were great. I will say there's a lot of gem movies from the 70s that just hold up very well and this is more unique.
Yeah.
Or at least they are the franchises with which now are being remembered because of how memorable they were. I don't know. Maybe I'm part of the problem or something. Because, like, I know the movie theater is not what it used to be, and that was, straight to streaming movies are more common, blah, 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 blah. It's just, like, everything seems to be part of a greater Marvel narrative or some greater thing. It's just, even one of my more enjoyed films of late, Top Gun, is technically part of its own greater, well, not a greater universe.
Yeah.
It's not like a novel idea. It's just
So yeah.
that had been released in the last 40 years.
Yeah, there's still original stuff, but it's not really going to theaters much. Almost at all, really. And yeah, I enjoyed it a lot as well. But yeah, that's part of something. I am trying to think, what is something that went to theaters that it's probably kind of obvious too, because sometimes there'll be stuff.
The only movie I'm trying to think, last one I saw in theaters that had nothing to do with it.
Right.
The Revenant, I saw in theaters.
Well, so. Well, okay. What you can do is you can do, because like Christopher Nolan, he's a director, and so it's part of his. You don't see, it's like that's the thing, So Tenet has nothing to do with anything else, but it's a Christopher Nolan thing. So I think that's the closest thing. Quentin Tarantino as well. There are certain directors where it's a new property, completely new idea, but it's the director from the director who's the thing. But that's kind of how it is for other stuff too, where it's because like I don't know that anyone who makes a good most people who make most people who make a movie that is going to get a wide theatrical release is going to have some kind of history. So acting like that is a disqualifier.
One thing that makes me laugh a little bit is that I feel like we're just coming full circle on TV and cable and streaming. You know, because it's like all the streaming service, because it used to just be Netflix.
Yeah.
And now it's just like they're adding ads, they're adding this, commercials that we can't afford, this, and this. It's just, and like, and they're becoming so disconnected because like Discovery Plus, you know, that one Red Letter Media thing where I think Mike just lists off every fucking streaming service.
Yeah, and I really thought he was. I thought he was making some of them up, but I think they were all yeah.
Oh, that's one lucky guy.
I think it was Rich who was doing it. Or was it Rich? I feel like, well, they were interacting, but no, it was one person. I thought it was Rich's Plinkett on the phone, and he's like, Fubu, Hubu, Baba, Discovery Plus, Discovery. Oh no, it was Mike. Rich was the TV installer. No, was it Rich talking to Rich?
No, I think it was
Rich as Plinkett.
telling Mike about all the things.
Right. It was either TV installer Rich telling Mike about the things, or TV installer Rich telling Rich as Plinkett about the things.
I guess the thing is that
Yeah.
when we come full circle, there's a streaming service that's a conglomerate of all the other sub-streaming services.
Yeah. No, I know.
At this point, we've just reinvented cable.
Right. Well, yeah. I just, yeah.
Like, I'm glad, like, movies like Prey and the Nicolas Cage movie that I saw, and all these other gems kind of pop out of there.
Well, yeah, that's where you get more original ideas.
But it just feels like I can't help it. I feel on a grander scale of society, I just feel overwhelmed by noise.
Yeah.
It just seems like so much. Like, I want to say so many things. There's not a lot of it.
Yeah.
And I don't know, sometimes watching the movies that we've had,
That was cool. Try it again.
or at least if it was the same amount, it's easier to find. There's a lot less bullshit. Maybe that's it.
Yeah, that might be a good way. Well, that's what Disney does. Is they're like, well, a lot of these things, they get a property and then they're like milking it, or turning it out like a cheap whore, depending on how graphic you want to be. No, because that's exactly like, let's get everything. But I don't know. Well, yeah, and they don't really care that much. Well, it's more businessy in that way, because businesses, one of the biggest problems with capitalism is that long-term sustainability isn't that important. Short-term growth is usually seen as more important, and
But I find it absolutely ridiculous that no one is aware of that inherent problem. Rapid growth is not sustainable.
well, yeah, but it's just the incentive structure, because short-term growth that you could say shrug, maybe it will go forever. Well, people just bail once you stop growing, but So it's all about very short-term growth, and I think people are aware of it. They just go, well, that's the structure. We're going for the most short-term growth we can for as long as we can. Sort of, yeah. You keep it's kind of like pyramid schemes and stuff where you're just like doubling down, doubling down, doubling down. Particularly when you have a thing where it's like, oh, and then if you fuck up bad enough, someone will just bail you out or whatever. So, no, it doesn't. It's pretty much all about incentives. And, but yeah, Disney has this kind of a philosophy not characterized by restraint or moderation. And I think you could do a lot better if you just were, well, that's an interesting question. I think you'd be a lot more sustainable if you were 30% more restrained, you know? It's like, take another half a year to finalize Obi-Wan, or, I don't know. Some of the people don't even know what they're doing, is part of the problem. Like, they wouldn't know how to make a good show if yeah, there's more businessy bullshit going on, I think is the way to put it.
Yeah, and I suppose because quality doesn't exist, there's more shit. I also just can't wonder, though, it's not like big business wasn't, it's not like Hollywood wasn't grieved back in the 80s.
It was a different kind of, because I think a lot of it is characterized by short-term stock stuff, which wasn't as big a thing, or it's just like, it was I think it's fair to say attention spans and kind of the time window over which people care about things has gotten increasingly protracted. Yeah, things have gotten a lot more, you know, as opposed to caring about things for a week or a month, it's like a day, and everything's faster, 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 and turnarounds need to be faster, and all this stuff. So, I don't know. I think before capitalism was more like, no, we want to build a big company, and something that sustainability was a bigger concern. And now it's more just growth. I think people just like, will grow, 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 and then when we're about to burst, we leverage something to grow on something else, or, you know. There's a different corporate philosophy around media.
At the very least, the artistic part of cinema is greatly suppressed by the economics.
Yeah. Kind of, yeah. I know what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, no, I hate that. No, I occasionally watch some of those things. Oh, yeah. One of the things they had talked about, I thought maybe we could watch it together come more towards Halloween time, was Midnight Mass. I quite like that. I think you will too. Yeah, I think there's more creativity in TV, and I think there's just more bullshit out there, and I think it's more, there's just more bullshit is the main thing, because the rate at which we consume content is so much bigger that, well, they also explained it well on Red Letter Media when they were talking about, like, really bad Hulu movies, and they're like, who are these for? And I think it was Mike explained the theory of, like, the buffet theory, where you just want to have some stuff there that no one really eats at a buffet, just so it's there, you know? And so, yeah. Yeah, it's just kind of stocking the content buffet, But yeah.
At last, my dutiful friend and squire. You are here. Don't just stand there. Adventure awaits. Adventure and a princess. Night never keeps a princess waiting.
Did I get to an area that's new?
It would be nice to hear songs about me saving someone for a change. Most of them about dismemberment.
You trouble yourself overmuch with the mundane, my friend. This is a quest for love. Now, quickly, to the Cyclops lair. Always remember to take the scenic route. Life's too short, squire. This one-eyed fiend holds my beauty captive. Who knows how many brave souls have died by its hand trying to rescue her as we do now. Squire, look! The monsters mushroom minions! We must defeat them!
So yeah, I'd attribute it to two things. It's changing views of business and also how people consume media these days and content, such that people are less willing. There's so much content you can watch, people are less willing to take a risk. You can imagine, you know, it being the 1970s and you're just fucking bored out of your mind. And then you're like, I'll watch this random ass movie that I have no idea about. And it's just like, you know. But when you've got tons of shows that you know are probably good, there's a lot of stuff you know, like, well, I watch most good shows, but I know there are games that are great that I haven't gotten around to. And there's still a fair amount of content. So there's less reason for me to take a risk. And it's even more true for other people who don't take movies and stuff as seriously. They don't want to take risks. And so things that have to be in movie theaters have to be very low risk. And that means something that makes people know why it's there. And it's existing IP or existing director, you know.
Oh, wait. Does this guy think the clock tower with one eye is a Cyclops? And we're just going along with it? I mean, he needs help, like professionally.
You're rolling dice with a teenager to swing imaginary swords.
Okay, I see your point.
It does seem to be a Don Quixote reference. If he thinks a building is a monster, it's very much a Don Quixote reference.
Cyclops into a frenzy! Quickly, my friend! We must fight back, lest he kill us both!
Oh no, I'm so scared! This princess better be worth it.
Harry! Riposte! Remise! Prise d'affaires! Moulinet! S'il vous plaît! Pourquoi pas? Let's start it! Cyclops is down, but who knows how long? Quickly, Squire, quickly! To the castle's keep! Afore he rises!
Did you shoot it? Yeah, I didn't either. It turned red. Could be. Yeah, I suppose it could have been like even... Well, I don't know if my low dragon would have attacked without me trying. Do I ever feel like what? No, okay. No, if you feel a conversation thread, you don't have to continue. If you did the logic in your head. If you want to continue, you can. But I respect someone self-terminating a conversation. Okay.
The Cyclops jaunt me with some foul irony. I can scarce
Yeah.
go on.
princess cry! Press on without me! Find the princess!
Wait, that scream. You mean there's actually a princess that needs help?
Oh, fool heart was mine to bid the blood of a knight through these tender veins. Alas, I cannot rest. Giants once beauties may captive knows. I may as well compose more poems for my love while I catch my breath here. Ah, that's it. My love, she takes my every breath away. Whene'er she standeth by my side come eve, and guards me when all else hath gone astray. And when all hope has fled, runs me with me. Perfecto. Now then, the next answer. It rhymes with bustos. Castle? Priesthood? Oh, I have it. Bushons. Aha! Would that I might lay here composing poetry all my life. All my years, people have thought me quite mad for making an adventure of each day. But I put to you that to go through life without a quest, blind to the fantastical and mute of all passions, that is a truer madness than any other.
Oh, man. I was looking forward to rescuing a real princess. Must be in another tower.
What's up there?
Okay, so at some point we enter the shop where it's not Don Quixote's crouch. You're supposed to hear this ringing sound that's vaguely like screaming.
Mm-hmm.
And as you approach this thing where the princess is supposed to be, there's a pipe here that is spewing just hot steam.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when my guy commented, like, oh, it's hoping to rescue the princess. He must have picked up the tower.
Mm-hmm.
As the pipe begins to not produce steam anymore, it basically just screams, like, actually.
I see.
All that is in here is a dog.
Okay.
Well, can't go back empty-handed. Come on, princess, you're coming with me.
No, it doesn't look like it. Surprised how, I don't know.
You're back! Ah, my heart swells to know my love is near. Have you brought me my sweet, sweet daffodil?
Of course I have. One princess, as promised.
Why, Squire, you must be quite blind to think this common maid a princess. Meaning no offense, madame. The princess has the tall and straight-back bearing of royalty, a slim silhouette of noble refinement, and has long blonde hair, straight as a quiver of golden arrows. Quickly, quickly, go get the real princess! I cannot apologize enough for my squire's behavior. Blocking you from your home in such a way. Though I should think it a compliment to be confused for a princess, even by talent such as my squire. Ah, but you must forgive them. What they lack is mental faculty. They like much, eh? And more than make up for in loyalty, courage.
Can't wait to throw some spells!
The Princess Broom. Shoots.
Hey there, Blondie. You must be the princess. No, don't trouble yourself. I've always wanted to carry a princess to safety.
Have you the princess at last?
Yep, one totally real princess for a totally real knight. Swept her off of me.
Ah, now that we are reunited, our quest nears its end. But what's this? It seems the Cyclops is out, and is none too pleased with us. He summons his horticultural horde. Come, Squire, to arms! princess. In the scant few hours we departed, I have written you 1,000 poems. I beg you, allow me to spill forth a lyric of fire, that I might express my overflowing attention before it drowns me. These months ago, when I tripped on a rock and thought of you, first I beheld you, Nish. But last, you slipped and tripped me right off my feet. I'd even say, in a word, you swept. Do you like it? You hate it, don't you? Your silence speaks clearer than my poetry for our experience. Very upset. These words came to me in a dream. A very short dream, mind you, but such a dream it was. Whether a tavern or two, my love, she lights up any room.
Does this guy ever shut up?
I've seen this happen before. He's in a love trance. We're gonna have to get physical to snap him out of it.
No way, girl. I only narrate up to 5th base. After that, you on your own.
No, I'm saying we have to hit him. Get your mind out of the... Wait, what's 5th base?
You don't know 5th base? 5th base is tea and crumpets, but without a chaperone. Just talking about it feels scandalous.
Wait, I thought 5th base was exchanging file directories with totally lossless compression.
Where are you guys getting all these bases?
It can't be. And yet, my sweat, tell me true.
Don't cut them off.
Increasing since last we held one another. You've done something. Don't tell me. A new varnish. No? No. You trim your bristles, have you not? Whatever it is, I must say, quite a story, huh? Looking at you now, I find myself transfixed by your rapturous gaze. Let us bask here, in the pool of love's shared silence, for what trite poetry could hope to capture the quiet beating of two hearts as one? Shh, hush, my love. Do not answer. Just
I like to pray. You liked it?
Forever.
Pray.
Yes, I really do like it.
Don't just stand there. Adventure awaits. Adventure and a princess. And night never keeps a princess waiting, huh?
Somewhat surprised by the roast of done jokes. I'm all for that joke.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get that impression all.
No. So there's been several movies now, and you know other people are a million times worse. I think they're more riffing on it. Several movies now. Right. Oh, not at all. Yeah. So. Yeah. Like, there's been several times now where I've seen a movie, and then I watch some reviews afterwards, and I am surprised to find out, oh, this is one of the movies people had these controversies about the kind of narrative or plot or whatever. And like, even Terminator Dark Fate, I watched that movie. Yeah, people got really, because that was a very, apparently it's the trailers. What they do is trailers and then certain marketing things will push it as a girls get it done kind of trailer or movie or whatever. And then so the whole movie is like an argument around that. And like a lot of people are doing that apparently with Prey and arguing about that. And it's like, why should she be able to take it down when it used to be a really tough guy? And it's the conversation around it that makes it this thing worth talking about when it's not, if you just watch the movie in a vacuum. And so it has nothing, and that happens a lot. I've started to notice that, where it's just like it's to the point where like I could have gotten back, watched some reviews of Top Gun, and and it's so weird to see it where you're watching a review and they're like, so yeah, this scene was good and the effects were really cool and stuff like that, but we gotta talk about the elephant in the room, which is the China shaming. I'll be like, what? Just some weird controversy. I had no idea, And it's just like, oh, apparently everyone was yelling about that for a week on Twitter, and so people can't help but talk about it when discussing the movie. But fortunately, that's why it's a huge reason I avoid, social media, but also trailers, because yeah, and so no, no, I just made up a controversy. Right. I was trying to think of a thing that could just come out of nowhere and surprise me, and I would have no. But the idea is you're watching a review and they mention that. It's the same feeling I have when I'm watching reviews and they mention like the whole thing about. Because yeah, one guy really. He's like, yeah, this movie's super woke. It's like, no, it's not. She falls and she sucks at fighting. The only reason she succeeds is because everyone thinks she sucks, and she uses that to her advantage. And she plays into the fact she sucks. She runs away a fair amount. She's like, I can't handle this. I'm not good enough. And like, yeah. And the only reason, and she doesn't do anything physical that succeeds. It's like, oh, he has this habit of he always does this cut move when something's thrown. So that's I make him cut off his own arm, and they set up the action beats really well. And so yeah, it's not at all like other stuff. Yeah, I really like it. Was really good action. Yeah. 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 Yeah, but that. Right. It's there's so many stories of someone is bad at something and they want to be good, and then they learn in the end that they succeed not by doing what everyone else is doing but by playing to their strengths and accepting their weaknesses. Mhm. Mhm. Yep. 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 And it's right. I get the feeling that they're somewhat connected to social media, and they watch trailers sometimes, and so they, you know, they're commenting on it because they're just being drowned in the argument. Yep. Yep. No. Well, yeah, there are other movies where I notice problems completely on my own. And what's weird is sometimes.
That grand adventure called love. Remember all I've taught you, and you shall go far.
Sometimes.
This world is full of adventures. You only keep your eyes and your heart ever open to its wonder. Now, bid me adieu, fair squire, for I must away with a swiftness. Knight never keeps a princess waiting, after all.
Oh, go on then. Get out of here. The best of luck to you both.
Adventure!
That's not what I expected.
And there's been a couple times where, well, I don't know if this is true. I feel like there's sometimes where a movie will have this problem, but because it never became the topic of the day, like no one calls it out. Or, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they do. But it's just better to leave that bullshit world and people with Twitter brain just don't even think about it. Because, It's
At times feel as though these issues are given more.
well, yeah,
Like if you were to actually have the power to make something
yeah.
care, it would seem to it would be much lower than the actual number of people is lower, but it's inflated because algorithms highlight controversy. And it goes beyond talking about, I don't know. I sometimes wonder, like, people who respond to these things, do they respond to every single instance of this, or am I just seeing, like, one moment of weakness of an otherwise average person?
What do you mean?
Like, people, I don't know, like, Facebook's really bad at this, which is, like, it's a trend of articles that I've been seeing in the last, like, year and a half, where it's like, someone on TikTok uses this, and it has people arguing. And I'm like, first of all, this is an AIDS article that you got on the internet.
Yeah.
And I don't know why you're insensitive to it. I never look at it,
Mhm.
but sometimes I will look at the Facebook comments of the people responding to it.
Right.
One, most of them
That's enough to wilt grass.
they probably shouldn't because it's fucking everywhere. But I wonder if I am seeing, like, let's say one day Eric got really annoyed with society and he just felt the need to post somewhere in that stream
Yeah.
authority. But then I don't do it again for like 5 years.
Mhm.
Is every person I see Facebook that much of a threat? Or are there some people who just spend their day arguing constantly?
I think. Oh no, I think there are a moderate amount of people who argue constantly. Like, you can feel social media's kind of pull and how manipulative it is. Because it says stupid article, and it doesn't give a shit if you argue about the subject of the article or if you engage to say this article's stupid. You know? It's just this thing trying to pull you in and get you involved. And even with that awareness, sometimes it kind of gets some of your attention, and that's all it's seeking. If you have a person who's not that scrupulous, or who really falls for it, like, I could certainly see a more oblivious person or a more trusting person thinking that, oh, everyone is talking about this. This really is seen as important by people. And if it's seen as important, you know, I have to explain why it's stupid because they're being obviously stupid, you know? And like, so there's going to be people who just get sucked in. And I don't know how big it is, but it's going to be a big amount. It takes some restraint to not get sucked in. These whole things are trying to drive people sucking in. I don't think the amount of people who are actually upset as a percentage is going to be low, but I think the amount of people who have an opinion is probably going to be higher than that because these algorithms are designed to make it like people have FOMO of talking about the topic of the day. It's like everyone's talking about this. It's like, well, then I have to have an opinion too. I mean, we're kind of even doing that too, even though we agree it's stupid. It's just, but we're doing that because we like Red Letter Media, and they were drowned in it, and they were talking about it. But you see how it just kind of infects by sheer size alone. Well, just don't use things that have that. Or, right. AIDS! Mm-hmm. No, I know. Mm-hmm. No, I know what you're saying. It's like I guess you have to be privy to the ways of turning off the bullshit parts, and then yeah.
I don't know. I should, because Facebook now is having it thrown in there. You can tell Facebook like post this
Right.
or something. It just comes back.
Right.
Honestly, it's so weird. At one point, like 10 years ago, I think I followed George Takei on Facebook.
Oh my.
Yeah. So him as a person is probably fine. His social media page is fine. His Facebook page
Yeah.
tends to what your site has
Yeah.
links to is just it's one of the worst that these people lie in the
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah. That doesn't surprise me.
All just that hated shit.
Yeah.
I saw that I'm just going, George, are you sleeping this? Or like what?
It's right. 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 You just remember it doesn't matter. Like, yes, there's bullshit out there, and some people act like the bullshit matters, but it doesn't matter. And so, like, and it's not even like the world thinks it matters. Some people in the world think stupid things matter. Yes, there's yeah, but but news is pretty fucked. No, I know what you mean. Yeah, no, that's right. It is. I think every time you just act like it doesn't matter, it works out fine. You know, it's worrying about how you feel in any way pressured to act like bullshit isn't bullshit is the problem. But I think you're fine just saying nope, that's bullshit, and then just treating it accordingly. And like, it is bullshit. And you just go, okay, whatever, it doesn't matter. And like, I think most people do that, and the fact you can not know about, like, I made up that Chinese, you know, I forgot what I called it, but like, yeah, China shaming. Yeah, that's a good pull. Because I don't even know what that would mean. Because it's not... Right. Right. But yeah, you had no idea if that was a real thing or not. And the fact is, things like that come and go all the time. And whether or not you worried about it or not, it just comes and goes. And it doesn't actually matter. It doesn't actually matter. It might in the moment feel like it matters to some people, but things that actually matter will stick around. And most things that don't matter just don't, you know? The conversation is polluted by social media and the economics of the internet. But it's just like, I don't know. It's like noise pollution, you know? It's just like, yeah, it's there, but it's not really, it doesn't matter. You can finish your thought. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah, academics is more fucked. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's stupid.
Oh, hell yeah! Time for some serious deep sport cleansing. Put me down.
Yeah. Yeah, that is just some bullshit. And it sucks that that kind of thing happens. I think I think if you just, well, no, not that it, but that it's this inflated bullshitty thing is the problem. And I think if you just kind of don't, no, I know what you mean though. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, bullshit has been amplified. But by treating it as real, that makes it worse. By just being true to kind of your principles and being, if someone asks you to do something really bullshit, you shouldn't have to. But generally, people just kind of nudge you towards bullshit, and then you just kind of, if it's, depending on the thing, most of the time, someone just acts in a way that suggests, oh, lean towards bullshit. And if it's just a social thing, then it's just like, okay, well, you kind of ignore them or you don't hang out with bullshitty people. If it's an actual institutional thing, then you just kind of weigh the things. But, I think you don't indulge it and you don't fight back because that's kind of what people want. Well, that's not entirely true. You just don't indulge it. I know what you mean. And it is concerning, but I think the best solution, I have this book, and there's this one guy, he's talking about particularly people on Twitter and kind of what they might call you if you don't follow everything, and but he was saying what a good response if you're on Twitter and in that scenario is look, I know I'm not a racist and nothing you can say can convince me otherwise. It's just because people will try and call people names and stuff like that. And that was just about if you at all have any discussion about anything. But generally you just avoid Twitter and stuff like that. But I think it's just kind of saying yep, I hear your stuff, I don't give weight to it. Or if they're being silly, you just kind of move on. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Those are stupid. That concerns me. Oh, yeah. No. That's bullshit. It doesn't matter. Right. And the thing is, oh yeah, no, absolutely. There's a lot of that. But maybe the best advice is just don't act well, yeah, don't engage, but also don't be under the misimpression that the loud people stirring up bullshit are the authority or the consensus or the universe or the, they're just some group of loud, annoying people. And they're going to, it's like having I don't know, a neighborhood with some vandals and just thinking the entire neighborhood is a bunch of vandals. It's just some shitty people. Shitty people make noise, and we're slowly realizing how little it matters. And sometimes it disrupts things, but it's just not, they do not represent, the views expressed by shitty people on Twitter are not representative of almost anybody. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, and so you can. But there's. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. But it's just, no, I know. But like, it's just, the bullshit isn't even close to the majority. It's really nothing. And the only bad thing that's going on is that some of us believe, some of us are gaslit, and then some of us are worried that the bullshit is bigger than it is. It's just nothing. Dumb little groups of people being dumb and little, and then other people go, well, is that what everyone's thinking? Is that really true? And then Disney going, we're going to do some, performance art and fire this person just because they think it's good business. But in reality, the emperor has no clothes. There's nothing there. And the more you're comfortable just being like, oh yeah, bullshitty, Twitter people are being Twittery, then the less burdensome it is. When you think, oh, the whole world's being Twittery, or Twittery people are setting everyone's argument, it's like, nope, they're not. They're small little groups, and yeah, sometimes they kind of nudge the argument, but I think we're all just increasingly recognizing, oh no, that it's stupid to say the person in prey is dumb, and the people doing that are kind of missing the point. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna put the punch father down now.
You're not welcome here, wicked weed. Hell no, not even a little bit.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah. It's like, what is it? Is it Tinkerbell? Someone like that is only as Doesn't Tinkerbell die if Peter Pan doesn't believe? Someone dies if you don't believe. There's some folk thing like that. Well, I know, but... Yeah, no, I know there's that, but I feel like there's a scene where Tinkerbell is, like, dying and then we have to clap or something. Well, I haven't either, but there's some vague thing like that. And I think it's getting a fair amount better. Oh yeah, no, I think it is. I think the worst was I don't know. Yeah, maybe the one person I follow who talks about some of this stuff. He talks about lots of different things, but he said it was worse during COVID because there's a lot of people kind of talking in side chats and stuff, and just like everything was virtual. Because the more it's online, the more it feels like it's bigger than it is. So the more people have real interactions, but also just like, you know, Dave Chappelle, a lot of people kind of got mad, even though that was stupid, and then Netflix is like, yeah, fuck off. And it's just like, there are more people like that, where it's just like, okay, yeah, you're angry, good. It's not that, you know. And I think, yeah, it kind of peaked and it's kind of turned a corner, and there are people like the guy I follow he writes for like New York Times and stuff. It's not like, so this Breitbart guy I follow, he's pretty good. He says blah blah. No, he's like no, and it's just it's being more comfortable to differentiate between good faith. Hey, I think this is a concern of sensitivity, and like just like rabble, 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 social media rabble, rabble. So and so's offended, yeah. And it's just, yeah. And education, unfortunately, is kind of corrupted one of the more worst things, but even that, like... Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, probably. Right. But, yeah. Oh, no, 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 that's not what I was going to say. I was going to say, it's probably true even back then, though, that, like, in a country of however many teachers, yeah, a dozen were getting fired for total bullshit reasons, you know? Right. Right. Well, so a lot of the times, so okay, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Nope. Yeah, yeah. And I think statistically, a lot of things, well, that's not entirely true. Certain economic things are getting really shitty. And, but there's certain crime things that people think are horrible that aren't as horrible just because when they're more visual, so when bad things happen, they're amplified a lot on social media, but like statistically, things like certain police things aren't quite as bad as you might, or as they used to be. Maybe they were always kind of shitty. But it was like, yeah, certain murder rates and certain other things have gone down and some things. Like, other things have gotten worse. Like, life expectancy's gone down, but that's more just certain economic things where people used to be able to survive on a single job, and there's just certain economic and healthcare things that fuck people up. But there are other things like just getting murdered, I think, is a lot less likely, and other certain crimes like that is a lot less likely. So, but what was I going to say? One thing that helps is if you're ever like, you see a story and it's like, man, this pisses me off, that all this shit is blah, blah. Or if people are talking about a story, what kind of can deflate it sometimes is just try and get into the specifics. Because a lot of times people won't know the specifics, and they'll be like, yeah, he got fired for this book, and then you look into it. Well, he was already warned because he showed up late a lot, and then he did this book thing on his last week there, but it was also blah, blah, blah. And then the superintendent, and then you go, oh, okay, well, I guess that's not as bad. It's usually the kind of reductive framing of it is more inflammatory than the reality. So that could make things less annoying. That's fine. I've done that a few times where I get angry about something and then I'm like, well, before I sound off, let's read all the details. And then I do, and it gets a little more real and there's more details to it, and then you go, oh, okay, well, I guess, okay. Usually the things that piss me off the most is the reductive framing that doesn't really paint anywhere near an accurate picture, let alone a complete one. Yeah. Right, but even after people do that, like, usually the meme that's being passed around by people who think they have a sense of the story is still pretty incomplete, you know? Even clickbait, we all know clickbait titles are terrible, but it's still, after it gets out of that phase and gets as a meme passed around in discussion, it's still a clickbait frame. It's still reductive and unclear, and usually if you get to boring real details, then it's like, oh, okay, there's more to blah, blah, blah. Because, like, some people will be mad about Prey. It's like, why are you mad about Prey? Well, Predator is a movie, and these are all true statements. Predator was a movie about Macho Man who had trouble beating this really deadly monster. And this movie has a young, weak girl who's able to beat the same monster that these men did. And, you know, it's like, yes, all those things are technically true. But you're missing important context that changes that. If she was able to beat them through strength, then yes, it would be bad. But that's not at all what happens. You know? Right. But if I could write a couple paragraphs of true things that very much make it seem like this is a movie that is kind of man dissing, because a young, weak woman does beat something that Arnold Schwarzenegger and beefy men with better guns couldn't beat. And I could write a whole bunch of true statements about how that actually happens, because it does, but you need important context. And once you get the context for a lot of things, it makes it not as bad. Yeah, he would want that. It's Hunt for Red October. I'm fine with that. And like, look, I'll even admit because. Well, okay. To be fair, um, originally, I think it was going to all be in Cherokee. Yeah, but I don't think Jay knew that, and I think it's stupid to do it all in Cherokee. You're getting very little. Like, look, you aren't going for full realism. Those people, their makeup wasn't that realistic. This isn't the Norseman, you know. You're not going for that. You're going, yeah. Maybe Native Americans have some kind of makeup, but she would not look like that at all. She looked like she came out of working at a grocery store, you know, in 2020 or whatever. Or like going to, yeah. There,
Be sure to give us 5 stars on Well.
yeah, no, that's stupid. But the important thing of the movie is not that the French people are speaking French, it is that the French people are speaking a language our main character and the person we relate to doesn't understand. If she was supposed to understand them, they would also be speaking English or whatever, with a French accent. Mm-hmm.
The more the dice, the better the loot.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
These English-speaking people were talking to English-speaking people, but their way of doing it was like they were talking to them a lot slower in the English that they've always been speaking. But in the context of the game, they got to be.
Right.
So I was amused by it, and I agree, it's disorienting, but it's not like oh, there's wow.
Yeah. So, did you watch the Squid Games? Okay. I watched that in the original language because I tend to go that way with subtitles for things like that. But
haven't got all day, you know.
and I'm glad I did.
That's exciting.
It just like.
Actually, you know what? I wouldn't know. I can't think of anything boring because normally I lead a very exciting life, which makes this. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. This right here.
Because I'm sitting still. He's trying to give me like I'm bored dialogue. It's distracting. Yeah, so like I'm not against things in other languages. I'm not like English, but I think it's more original language. Well, it depends. It's mostly yeah. So I'm fine with subtitled things, but particularly for something like Prey, where it's an action movie, it's not about authenticity. It's about this is the setting, you know. Like, it's the same thing with Hunt for Red October. Hunt for Red October, why aren't they always speaking Russian? Because that's not the fucking point. The point is that you understand them. Yeah. The Hunt for Red October is a really good example of a movie where they have that framing device. And Prey does a similar thing. Hunt for Red October, they're reading like the Bible, and they're reading it in Russian, and then the camera zooms in on their mouth, and then it switches to, they start saying English words, it zooms back out, and that's just the movie's way of telling you, look, you're hearing them in English, but they're speaking Russian to each other. Get over it, deal with it, it's a lot easier now. And that's fine, because it's not about that kind of thing. And Prey's a similar thing, where you want to understand the characters, and so they can speak English. And, yeah. But Squid Game was actually written, you know, by a Korean person in Korean, yeah, South Korean, and so I want to watch it in the original thing, not the dub. Apparently, a lot of people watch the dubs, and I don't know, it is better that way. Really? You know some people? Because I would think all your normie friends would. Well, you have some.
I was surprised by, not that I often ask people, hey, do you watch Squid Game? Oh, did you? No, I did. I just like asking questions that people don't know.
Well, right. It was the hot topic for a bit. Yeah, go ahead.
And usually I was the one that asked, but
Mhm.
usually, as a result of that question, I was surprised by how many people just immediately took the back foot, where they were like, "Oh yeah, I watched it in the original or whatever."
Really?
I was surprised. I assumed, kind of as you were, that most people would be like, "I can't tolerate other languages. This is America."
My only guess is maybe that was the default setting on the player.
I think it was default, so there's the laziness factor. But people, if the question is understanding them or not, I still think the laziness would trump the American desire to hear English.
Well, the issue, I think, so for a lot of people, Squid Game is their, ooh, look at how exotic I am. I'm watching a mainstream thing from South Korea, though. You know, that's them going to what? I don't know, Panda Express and thinking, ooh, I'm cultural, I'm cosmopolitan. I'm having authentic Chinese cuisine. Yeah, it's not right. And so Squid Game is a very mainstream thing. So I could see that, but I still, yeah, I don't know.
I'm surprised by how many people said they watched it in the context.
I
I
th-
remember a few people like, my boyfriend started watching in the Korean language. He claimed to do a little Korean. I'm like, oh, you married a weeb. That's good.
yeah.
But
Numbers, go!
I told her, and she's like, neither of them said shit.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they have the subtitles and stuff. It's more just you want to generally watch something in its original language just because it's the acting's better.
I mean, for me, the best the best example I have is the show Narcos, supposedly originating from Narcos, Mexico. I love that show.
Really? All right. Well, hang on a second. I'll be right back.
And I don't know you well.
Well, give me a second. I'll be right back. How can you like Narcos? How? Did you hate it for the first so many episodes? How though? Because like I don't. Okay. Isn't that what's his face? Isn't that what's his face? Oh, right. Okay.
And then another Star Wars fan shows up in
Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They did that. I found it annoying for what it was, but then I was also like, part of me didn't care, and then another part of me is like, okay, if I were to label any part of it, if I were to ask myself, what would embellish the gratuitous salaciousness of life?
Mm-hmm.
On the higher part of it.
Yeah.
It's not like an otherwise like it's very fun. For some reason, I'm also a comic. They're never at a
No, I know.
polyamorous or a bunch of fucking criminals.
Mm-hmm.
Just embellishing in the fact that the criminals in the town. So that aside, I like the characters. I was excited about it by the fact that it's like sort of historical because it is based on real shit. And I was every so often just being like, so what part of this is better story? So that was a little troubling in terms of just historical accuracy. For the most part, I like the characters, I like the story, I like what was happening. I had no complaints. It's one of those few shows where like, I'm gonna watch it.
I forgot when. I forgot. It was just. Okay, so it opens. It goes. What is it? I don't know. I'm going to make up the words, but you'll remember what I'm talking about. It's. No, it narrates. It opens with a voiceover where they're like, mystic realism or whatever is the phenomenon of blah 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 blah.
Look inside.
Where something real happens and something fantastical, or it talks about some writing trunk or something.
This was nice.
And they're like, okay, all right. It set me up to tell me. Honestly, I go into things so blind. I was open to the idea that something actually fantastical could happen, but I was not expecting that. It's like, okay, just it's going to be something wild. It's wild, it's going to be kind of crazy. And then early on, it's like, I don't know. I didn't get that many episodes in, but they're like, it's like, okay, I guess it's a drug bust. I guess I'm following this guy. Okay, I guess I'm invested in this guy. And then they're like, 2 years later. Like, wait, what? I was just getting invested in that thing. Okay, so I'm invested in these guys. And what are they doing? Oh, they're just kind of fucking around here. Okay. I think it had, like, multiple time jumps early on. And, like, no one was that likable. And who or what I was caring about and the time scale of what I was caring about. And, like, it was just all over the place. And it felt like every time I tried to latch onto something to care about, it's like, fuck you, we're doing this now. And it was like jumping and moving, and maybe it settles down at some point, but it was like trying to watch The Office and then like halfway into episode 2 it jumps ahead 5 years and Michael Scott isn't there or something. It did like a few things like that where it's like, wait, what the fuck? Well, who am I supposed? What do I even care about here? And it was telling me like it was all going to be exciting and stuff, and it just wasn't. It was just kind of weird and I can maybe give it another shot, but I don't know how many episodes it takes for it not to be completely off balance and uncohesive and just like I feel like I made it a few episodes in and he was just like sitting and waiting for something, and even then like okay, thinking particularly early season 1, how many people would you say are main characters? Just viewing it, because I feel like there's like kind of maybe there were 2, and then maybe there were like 20 people who could be. I don't remember. It's been a little bit. Mm-hmm. Right. Right.
You're feeling luckier.
Yeah. But if it was trying to be like, okay, this is Catch Me If You Can, cat and mouse thing, it was doing a bad job of that. If it was trying to be like, oh, okay, now this is about how the gears turn on a criminal empire, it was doing a bad job of that. I don't know what it was trying to be. I don't know who I was trying to care about. I don't know the stakes or the scale, and I watched multiple episodes. Normally, within the first episode, you get your bearings a bit, and I also felt a little bit, particularly with that opening, self-indulgent, where it's like, get ready, it's going to be crazy, and yeah, and it's just like, because yeah, I forget when. I don't think I got that far in, but I think like they were stealing his drugs, but also, and it was supposed to be a big deal, but also didn't matter at all, or something, and it's like a. Right. Yeah. I guess. No, I know. I know. But it's just, even like The Wire, that was more, you know, that had a big cast of people, and some people varied in relevance, but. I might revisit it. I couldn't get my bearings, and I didn't care about anyone or anything. And like a few times when I started to get invested, I think it did. I think I was really invested, and they're making a big deal out of something pretty early on, maybe episode 2 or 3 or something, and then it did like a big time jump again, and it just like completely shook up my bearings, and it's just like I don't know. I didn't. Yeah. I guess. its structure felt there's some things like The Sopranos where it's like, well, everyone here is just a miserable asshole or a madman, and so I don't care. But I can kind of get it where it's just like, I find it interesting character studies. Like, okay, fine, maybe, but they're all such miserable assholes. I don't care. But this Narcos, to me, when I watched it and tried to get invested, it felt, and maybe I didn't get that deep. I don't remember how deep. It probably wasn't over 5 episodes. It probably wasn't. I would have watched at least 2. But maybe I got to 6. I don't remember. No, probably not. It was probably 2 to 5, something like that. Maybe, but it felt like, what's the word? Punishing, spiteful, kind of like. No. It felt like it wanted to punish me anytime I got invested. It's like, oh, you cared about that scene where they're about to do that bust? 3 years later. It's like, oh, fuck that. And it's like, and it wasn't even like, okay, yeah, it's a time jump, but it really connects to the previous thing. It's just like, we're moving on now because this is the next thing we care about. And it's just like, it felt like it was punishing me for getting invested or trying to get invested. It was trying to fuck me up every time, I was trying to get invested. And then it's like, I just really hated that. Like, you don't want me to get invested in your show. I'm not going to watch your damn show. You can tell a story over long periods of time and still make it compelling, allow narrative through lines and stuff like that. Maybe that was part of it. Like, I don't know, maybe, well, now a lot of it, I'm just speculating because I want to validate it. But I don't know if it had a good enough structure early on to, or if it was just kind of, and then this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened, and just like, I don't know. I know, but you can still do that in a good way. I know, but there have been, well, like, I know Catch Me If You Can is more of an indulgence, even though that's also based on real life. But it has, like, framing. It's like, I'm trying to think of good. Band of Brothers. Well, no, Band of Brothers.
I might see this rare bit of silence as an opportunity to regale people with a bit of exposition about my backstory, but I'm above that, you see. Not an egotistical.
They were like kind of real, but that unit was real, and like their campaign was more or less tracked. And they do have bigger time jumps and stuff like that. I don't know. Maybe I'll revisit it if I need a new show. I don't know. I enjoyed the show. I felt like one thing that I appreciate in shows is where I felt a few times I gained sympathy for people that I should have before. And then you can kind of see what they're trying to do, and then also you can I don't know. I felt like Breaking Bad is too generous of a comparison, but I had a similar feeling in Breaking Bad where it's just like, oh, dude, just here. Right. Right. No, he won't. Right. But it's just like, Well, that's a different. Yeah. It's not like you're rooting for him. It's like, this guy's not a great person. But part of you is just like, stop. You did it. You won. Right. But you're also kind of rooting for the. So I actually enjoyed it because I felt like reminiscent of Breaking Bad with that. I don't. I'm not a fan of the TV. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, that's part of it too. Some. Oh yeah. No, I absolutely. Oh yeah. No, that's part of why I watched the with original subtitles. Is just because I honestly one thing that I guess I kind of get it, but it's stupid to me. There seems to be this priority in dubbing that you want to kind of match the mouth movements. And I guess maybe I haven't watched something where they don't match it at all. But honestly, to me, you should match the meaning and fuck the mouth movements. But well, right, right. But no, it seems to be priority because I've switched between a few things, um, and it's just different. Whatever. Yeah, I hate it when Netflix is like, "Hey, you should really watch this show. It's a great show. Everyone's talking about it's great ever," and then like 2 bit in, it's like, "Oh yeah, it's French," but well, just fucking tell me out the gate it's French. It just, I didn't. I think I started. It bugs me when Netflix kind of lies about how popular certain things are, or acts like, "Oh, Lupin's this big thing. Everyone's watching Lupin." I'm like, "I want to watch the thing ever." No one's watching Lupin. It's a weird French show. You're trying to double dip. Just. They probably. I think they plastered it on their front screen for a bit, and acted like it was this thing.
Just another normal
Yeah.
day. In a wonderful. That's it. I am not okay. I have a terrible fear of heights, and now I'm stuck forever 10,000 cubits up in the air. Breathe, Sonny. Think of the ocean, your happy place. Nothing can go wrong in the ocean. It'll always be there for you. Just pray and look through that gap in the clouds, and it'll be there. Oh, blessed God! No!
That's good. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, if you do actual dubs though, it's even worse. Even shows, um, right. Yeah. Right. Well, yeah, there's meanings and then there's literal. And like so I was watching something recently and they said like whatever. I think you'll no. Tiene un alegación muy serioso. And the translation was has a very serious allegation. Even though he said muy, It's like understood that in Spanish, sometimes you say it twice if you're trying to underline it, and had he only said it once, you might not even say very at all, or you would say like an important thing. Well, yeah, right. I like being literal. Right. Sometimes it's better to capture the spirit of the message than the literal. Right.
My bony brothers!
Right. Yeah. There's also sometimes I watch this show. I've shown you it a couple times, maybe a while ago. Japanese comedian guy plays video games. Yeah. Japanese comedian. But there's been a few times with the subtitles to that, and they're fan-done subtitles, where he says an idiom, and I'm pretty sure, like, it's not going to be an idiom they actually have in Japanese. So I assume what's happening is he says some different idiom that has a similar meaning, and like, so it's not at all a literal translation, but you kind of have to do that, because if he says a Japanese idiom we don't have, you can't just port that over, like, that really scares the rooster. It's like, what the fuck, I've never heard of that. Oh, it's a Japanese thing and whatnot. So translation can be a funny thing like that, where being literal sometimes is really bad. Right. Yeah. Yeah. The swear words, I actually... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have a book. I ended up listening more to the audiobook, but it actually happens to relate to the same guy who's talking about the political stuff as well, the New York writer. But he's a linguist, and he has a book about swear words. And just the backstory of swear words is really interesting. But yeah, swear words by language are very different. And like, you'll have things that just have a similar weight, but are completely different words, I'm trying to think of examples where, yeah, you would more likely call someone a motherfucker, whereas in Spanish you more likely call a similar type person like a bruja or something, where it's just like very different, But if you're trying to say disrespectful and also, or just, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Right. 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 You're right. Yeah. Right. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. Oh yeah. Yeah. No, they'll have, it's like, certain words will have like 3 different words in one language to mean different things. And then in the other thing, that same thing will have one, and it'll be kind of different in tone. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Deutschland. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. You're right. Right. Yeah, no, that's right. And right. Yeah. Los Angeles, San Francisco. Yeah. We don't translate them, but then other places. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah.
Never send a corpse or do a killer's job.
Oh, language is really fascinating. That's why I like following this one guy. Not just for his his hot takes, but not his hot takes, but also because he has a language podcast. It's a lot of fascinating stuff. Like the most recent episode was talking about the word one. As in the number, and some of the interesting. So originally it was pronounced more like own, and that's how you get lonely, and a couple other things that have the one in the middle. Also, lonely has one in it because it's, and I think he Tracy. I think alone, yeah, alone comes from all one, but before we pronounce one differently, so it was all own because we pronounced one as own, and just like tons of fascinating stuff like that. Yeah. Oh, but yeah, there's a bunch of them I could talk about. But go ahead. Mm-hmm.
While watching Narcos, at some point some guy says on place, and it's before.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was thinking,
Mm-hmm.
between the languages I know, I can squeeze them together somehow.
Yeah.
Legal and moral ethic license Rex gives some book winner
Mm-hmm.
without knowing book winner exactly. It relates to the word loquacious, which is a talking person. So ipsa itself.
Yeah.
So itself, someone speaking or talking. So things which
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Right. Right. Yep. 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 One thing I wonder is if technically, it reminds me of a thought I had. Is large technically extra small? Because extra can mean like extraterrestrial, where you say outside of the bounds of that which we consider terrestrial, you know. So outside of the bounds of that which we consider small, large is outside of those bounds. So extra small, large would be, you know, is large extra small because it's extraterrestrial to smallness, you know? You're right. Most people now mean extra to mean the same thing but additional. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, there's a few things. Yeah. 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 Yeah, there's something with, I think it might have been benevolent, where it meant just like royal, but it got to mean generous and stuff because the royal people were supposed to be generous, like you're supposed to give things to your people. Yeah, I forget, it might not be benevolent, but it's something like that. It was one of those words like that. The one that he really harped on in the swear word book was the whole story of tarnation and darn. It was because swears used to be more like, no, we're invoking God's name or some deity's name, like literally swearing to God and stuff like that. But then I think the original thing was like,
more bad guys means more work.
something ridiculous would happen and you'd say, by the eternal, referring to like by God or something like that. And then it became tarnal, or you just say eternal or bitarnal or something like that. And then I think it was you might have started saying tarn, and then because there's damnation, people thought there should be tarnation. It was just like, because there was tarn, which was sometimes called darn, and then there was damn and damnation, and they thought, well, there's tarn, so there must be tarnation. And it was just like, I don't know. Yeah, he really talks that one through, but there's a lot of stuff there, and he goes through different swear words. Yep. Well, goodbye. Yeah. God be with ye. Yeah. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm.
There it is. Now keep those things off.
Well, language used to be a lot more.
For punchomancy.
What is our goal with the Punch Father? What's the whole goal of this quest? Just kind of taking places. What is the whole goal of this quest? Just kind of taking places. Okay. Yeah. Right. He also talked about how swear words have shifted with time, and what's taboo to talk about has shifted. And so originally it was religion, and then it became more like bodily functions and stuff like that. And then he draws a parallel how in modern days, what we really should recognize with swear words are certain terms that are like, I guess slurs and stuff like that. And he's not saying like, oh, we should start saying them, but how like, you gotta remember, it used to be really bad to say swear words. And now it's like really bad to say slurs, but you know, no one really gives a shit if you're saying fuck or anything like that. Whereas it used to be people to have the same kind of reaction to that as you saying an actual slur. And before that, it was more about religion and stuff. And what's interesting is when it was like religion, they didn't care that much about certain other ones. And so like, I think he had some story about some monk or something, and I forget what it was, but he said the word fuck. And it's like this monk from hundreds of years ago, and there's some record of like him saying like, ah, fuck, I forget. But no, it wasn't as big a deal, because back then religious terms were bigger swear words than the kind of bodily functions or that kind of the term fuck. He couldn't have said like, it would have been worse had he said by God or whatever. It's like what we care about shifts. And so, it can even kind of shift in weird ways. So it's not even necessarily linear. It could go from one thing and then a different thing, but then it's not like, oh, and the previous thing isn't that bad forever. So in theory, it could go back to being religious things are bad again or something like that. Because I think a lot of people think there's this hierarchy and stuff, when there isn't. Because like slurs used to not be as bad, but now modern day they're very bad. And they're, you know, they're taboo curse words. You can't say them. And whereas before you couldn't say certain swears on TV, and now people, I think even broadcasts can say shit, you know. Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah. 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 Yep. No, I know. It's really... if I... Oh yeah, absolutely. Even things where it's like clearly bad. It's like Thomas Jefferson owned slaves. Like, yeah, everyone did. Or every rich person did. It's not a good thing. we shouldn't say yay, bully for him for that, but you just say, okay. And he also pushed for laws that said, hey, maybe we should cut this out. But in the meantime, still owning slaves. It's like, you just put in context. I wish, there is one thing that I do wish, and if I had power, is I wish Netflix had an option. Make it, you can have a thing where, you have to go into settings and do 2 or 3 annoying things. Just say, don't remove any episodes, don't change any episodes. If you want to open every episode with this product is a product, or this piece of entertainment is a product of its time, disclaimer, fine. Just let me watch everything as it was. Because that is one pet peeve of mine that is where people have gotten too much power. Because there's episodes of Community, there's a really good Community episode, and it's just, they removed it because, well, yeah, I could go on this whole rant about it. Chang, and I'm not even going to use that word because it's the word that's the problem. Chang plays, they're doing D&D, and he plays a dark elf, and so he wears very darkening makeup, excessively darkening makeup, in the service of playing a dark elf. And other people go, hey, Chang, I don't think that's the best idea. And that's it. And there's nothing, and they have, they're just, because he's a dark elf, he wears really extreme dark makeup. But it has no racial component. People just think it's, people in the episode give, he's oblivious. Right. Oh, they're all like that. There's episodes of 30 Rock where a couple characters are oblivious, and then, but in context, they're, and yeah, and they pulled that episode, and that episode is about one of the kids there. The whole reason they're doing D&D is because that kid is, what's his name? We'll just call him Tom or something. There's 2 Toms on campus. There's Tom, and then there's that kid who's Fat Tom. And everyone just calls him Fat Tom because he's the fatter of the Toms. But also he's like really depressed and they're worried about his mental health. So the whole idea is that they're trying to play this D&D game and cheer him up because no one ever includes him in anything. And it's got a really good message about, like mental health and including people and all this stuff. It's a good story. It's very powerful. But if you're reading things totally out of context, you say, this episode features blackface. And it goes, oh, well, what do you mean by that? And they go, it doesn't matter, it features black, and it's just... And I can tolerate a world where idiots don't have to worry about their scary episodes, and then everyone who isn't an idiot can go into Netflix settings and just say, just give me my fucking show. But that is a big pet peeve that I wish they'd allow. Just give us a setting to watch shows as they aired. Don't act like the idiots are right. You want to humor them, you want to remove moments and episodes for idiots, fine. I'm fine not being the default setting, but let me watch the show as it was.
I will say that is an excellent highlight of
I know.
the flawed logic is good to speak on what that is one that is more found on.
Oh, yeah.
So, bias. Outrage. White lady. So white lady is a good thing that everybody loves. They want to not highlight the shitty times Americans were shitty in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Historically, really shitty. And right, right thing is, we're just trying to make us feel bad about being American.
Right. But I... Right.
But also, let us wash under the rug these episodes that maybe don't hold up to screen. I don't know. Obviously, the greater scheme of things, I think it's more important to highlight our nation's flaws than it is to
But I think the important thing, and you can take comfort, is it's not right-leaning people and left-leaning people. It's stupid people and stupid people. Yes, stupid left-leaning people and stupid, but not that many. They're just loud and annoying people, and they're loud and annoying people with Twitter brain, but we shouldn't worry and act like they're any way representative, and I think it wouldn't even take that much. Just like a discussion, like just someone who works at Netflix who's like, hey, maybe we can do this option. Don't even make a big deal out of it. Add the option to watch episodes as they were. And be like, okay, yeah, we could do that. Because, like, I don't think it's, oh, there's so much power in the stupid people. It's just an arbitrary decision that was made that was never overturned. But, well, yeah, because at some point someone was yelling about it. And, right. And it's just, but I think we're growing with time and we're realizing that that's just silly.
You just got exfoliated.
Well, the SpongeBob episode was weird.
Look at me.
Yeah.
Look at me glisten.
Yeah.
Anyway, we should be able to reach that monster now.
Yeah.
Meet me back in town. Come on, let's go.
Right. Right. Well, yeah, I think it's supposed to be this juvenile prank that's kind of a weird thing, but you can attribute weird, suggestive things to it, certainly, but that's not necessarily what originated, and it probably wasn't intended as that. But again, just have, like, again, I'm fine not being the default setting, but just leave the things intact, let me switch my setting, and then just play the things, you know. Because it's stupid to change them and then act like they were never changed. That's so much worse. That is a big pet peeve. But again, I don't think it's a pet peeve because that's what most people want. It's just because most people don't see. Right, most people don't see these changes as that big a deal, and there really isn't an avenue to suggest what I'm suggesting, which is just allow things to be their default. Just have a setting. And it's probably an infrastructure thing, where it's like, look, we can only have one. We can either have SpongeBob contains the weird episode or it doesn't, but we can't have people toggle them. But I don't know. It wouldn't be that hard to have a flag for filtered and unfiltered. But it gets harder if they're doing it within episodes, which I think they did with an episode of The Office, because there was a really quick gag where someone was in darker makeup for some reason. I think they might have even got mad about an episode of The Golden Girls because they were doing a mud bath, and then they answered the door, and there was some allusion to different race because their face were all darkened from the mud bath. I don't know. Yeah, fuck off. But again, I don't take that as a symptom of most people these days are crazy. It's just happened to shake out that way that day, and no one's fixed it yet. Whatever. Are you full or something, or you just didn't like any of them? No, it's fine. What the?
Rolling eyes.
I've heard that for a while. I haven't really found anything good in that.
Got no juice.
I think I don't like this one. Yeah. Yeah.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Yeah. Also, amulets are hard to decide on.
Ooh, that's a long way down, Tomodachi. I hope you got buns of steel. Now get to sliding!
Where did you go? You left the painting? I'm not really even clear where we're supposed to be going. Yeah, hang on a second now. That one's Spore Warden. Oh, wait. There we go. It's probably just something you sell, but it is Spore Warden, so. Well. Alright. Those are all above my level, but. I found one that actually has health regen. Otherwise, it sucks. But I really like health regen. Yeah, this one only has 262 capacity for a shield, but it's, yeah, maybe you got the same one, vibing, votes, whatever. Until death, it is all life, but yeah. And when health is full, gain 10% gun damage and 10% critical hit damage. Which is really good. Oh, yeah. So I'll stick with this one. You know what? I'll just... Oh, okay. Well, I have that as well. So I'm going to make that one gold. So, trying to hit targets as I go down. Alright. Is there anything else up here? I guess not. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Your little guy's just running down the slide. So I got that one. Seems like they're kind of obvious. Well, that's it. Yeah. I was here. Oh, I see another. Yeah. Let me shoot this.
Chest.
Yay. That's not even all good. Yeah. Yep. You can take the other two things, I guess. Just for selling them. I wonder if we're going to get warped to the last island that's dark. Well, we're clearly getting taken to the one. But there's the other one that just seems off to the side. Oh. So one thing I'm pretty sure I didn't talk about. Star Trek Strange New Worlds. Oh, you don't know about that? So yeah, they're like Discovery? Oh yeah. Yeah, technically there are two others. One is stupid and relates to Voyager, I guess. It's animated, but I don't know what's going on with that one. Lower Decks is animated, it's stupid, but it's not as stupid, but it's not real. Yeah, but it's, you know, it's like, it's not a real show. It's a kind of comedy riff on it, you know. It's kind of, but it's not bad. I'm trying to think of an equivalent. Yeah, you know, this is a bad example, would be, you know, I don't know. This is a really bad example. But, like, well, fuck, I don't know what it would be. When, like, Simpsons does a version of a story, you know, but if they get, I don't know. There's not really a good example. Kind of feel like Robot Chicken, but Robot Chicken takes the things way too. The thing about Robot Chicken is you can tell they actually like Star Wars. So when Robot Chicken or whatever did Star Wars parodies, you can kind of see that, or Simpsons sometimes. But it's like, it's more real than that, but it's not real. Anyway. Strange New Worlds, though, that is live action. And it's technically a spin-off of Discovery. Discovery's terrible. And Picard is terrible. Yeah, no. And it's weird with Picard, like season 1 is terrible, and season 2 is slightly less terrible, but still terrible. And it's like, I feel bad even mentioning that it's less terrible, just because it's so bad it's not worth it. I don't want to give them the credit of thinking, but at the same time, I don't want to act like when you make improvements, I don't even care. But I don't, you know, it's so frustrating. So I was like, why can't they just make a good Star Trek show? As Strange New Worlds, though, it's actually pretty good. I was waiting for the other shoe to drop when I was watching it. I'm like, okay, well, maybe your pilot wasn't that bad, but when are you gonna get bullshitty? You're not gonna fool me, you stupid. I know. When are you gonna do something? And I kept watching it. And I go, oh fuck, that was kind of good too. This feels like action. Oh, I watched all of season 1, all 10 episodes. No. The worst thing, the most oop there it is thing, kind of happens in the pilot, and really it's not that bad. The only other things that are annoying is that it kind of alludes to stuff you know, that it's spun off from Discovery suggests you should think about Discovery, but you don't need to, and they don't really reference it. Yeah, don't. Just watch Strange New Worlds. I I am a trauma victim learning to trust again. And in that context, it's actually Star Trek. And it's really weird. And it's really weird. I don't. I don't. I know. I was so pleasantly surprised by Strange New Worlds that I did try and make a comment because their Patreon comments aren't that active. I was just like, Mike has to watch it because I think he did a throwaway line where it's like, I'm not watching it. I've heard some people say it's good. I'm not doing it. You can't trick me again. I don't blame him because everything else is terrible. And like people, so that's why I don't like complimenting Picard season 2 at all because it's better, but it's so bare. You don't want to say that because then people watch it and it's not good. It's still awful. So if you compliment, it's no, he's not. He's not. People, the same actor plays a character named the same thing. Q is not in season 2. Picard is not in the show. It's not a show that exists in Star Trek. It is the same actors playing characters named the same thing in an entirely unrelated thing. It's not entirely unrelated, but it's cosplay. It's fanfic. It's not even good. It's not even close. It's just ugh. So I don't really look online for feedback because the couple of times the couple of times I've tried to talk about Trek online, I run into people who defend Picard and stuff, and I'm just like, oh, fuck all you guys. And it's, yeah, I tried to go to places because I was trying to make a video. Originally, I was going to make a video kind of ranting about Picard. I'm like, hey, let's talk about just, because there are some details where it's just like, what you're doing just doesn't make, it's just a mistake. You're doing something that's a mistake. It's just an obvious plot hole, continuity error, or whatever. I'm like, hey, will you help me try and come up with some stuff so I can make this video kind of ripping on Picard? And they're all like, who are you? This isn't really a mistake, blah, 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 blah. It's like, totally, it's so frustrating. And so, and plus I just don't have people to talk to about that kind of stuff. I'm not on kind of talky places that often, really. And so I don't know anyone in real life who watches Star Trek like that. So I really don't have many people to talk to, but like I heard vibes that Strange New Worlds, that's part of why I checked it out. I heard vibes that it was decent, because even Mike heard those vibes. I'm not even sure where I heard that, but like, no, it's like, see, I'm so traumatized, I don't want to say things like this, because my heart doesn't know how to love, but like, it might be one of the better first seasons of Star Trek shows. Like, real Star Trek shows, you know? Because, like, TNG Season 1 wasn't very good. Right. And now this is only 10 episodes. Like, okay, I can tell you, well, I don't want to tell you too much. I could tell you if there are annoying things about it, I could name the couple things that might be considered annoying, but they're really not. But you should just watch it at some point, because it's new Star Trek. And it's nice that it's new Star Trek. And I want to, like, So what I've tried to do is like I bought Paramount Plus, and then I should do this a few times, because even though sometimes I had some episodes just on my computer, I've just played the episodes on Paramount Plus and not played anything else on Paramount Plus. I want them to see like, oh, this person spent money on Paramount Plus, only watches Strange New Worlds, nothing else, and he's watched it 3 times or something. I just want them to know. I've debated like going on Amazon and buying the episodes there too. Just like, do this more. I want to communicate as clearly as possible. You should do stuff like this. Whoever was in charge of doing this, give them more. Take the other guy out behind the shed and shoot him in the head, because they're awful. Because I heard one of the lead guys on this, guy who plays the main. So should I tell you, like...
I feel like one of the episodes, the guy who's playing the captain. I have an image of a man with a swanky haircut and a bright yellowish shirt with leg marks in the captain's shirt.
Yeah.
And I think that's the captain of the show you're talking about.
Yeah.
I think he showed up in a different movie.
Well, he... Oh, okay. Yeah, he might have. So, should I tell you... I could tell you just a couple things that would be like me saying, so Star Trek The Next Generation is like the original Star Trek, but it's 100 years later. You know, just kind of the setting. Okay, so Discovery is supposed to take place kind of before Kirk, but it's bullshit and stuff. Yes. Right. Basically that, except that they're stupid, and so it's awful, and so they have like holograms, and it just doesn't... Discovery's just trash. It's not Star Trek. At some point, Discovery does... Well... Oh yeah, no, it's terrible. It's terrible. I shouldn't even... I won't even pollute you with the Discovery tie-ins. Strange New Worlds... Hey, that sounds a lot like that phrase they say in the opening of the Star Treks. You know, to explore strange new worlds. Kind of like what they... Yes. Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the USS Enterprise. Its 5-year mission, or its ongoing mission. Seek out new life, to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man or one has gone before, depending on if it's the first one or not. So, this was also about the Enterprise, but it's about Pike, before Kirk. That's what Strange New Worlds is. And it's good. And it's good. And it... Oh, you mean 2009 TOS movies or whatever. Yeah.
So, if I understand correctly,
he's the guy in the BP chair.
Wait here and let the bad guys tyrannize the world uncontested until presumably
basically only in the pilot and then the episode that they turn the pilot into. Because the pilot, it's... I don't even think Shatner's in the pilot of the original Star Trek. And... No, because it's Spock, and then I think it might be Pike. And then they remake it into the episode The Menagerie, where it's Spock remembering events. And then they interview Pike, and Pike has to communicate because he's burned on his face, and he's like beeping in his chair to communicate. And then they go over that's how they were able to not waste the pilot episode. Because they had a pilot, but it didn't have Kirk. And so they're like, well, Spock, what happened in your mission? and then they go back to clips, and they also have Pike in the little BB chair and stuff. But yeah, disregard 2009. It's not. It's just the guy who had the Enterprise before Kirk. It's basically right. Yeah, you don't need to know anything about it. It's more. It's the Enterprise, and it's before, but it's basically, you know, it's like doing Star Trek again. Yeah, you know, some shows do 8. Yeah, it's bullshit. I think Picard did that too. Well, they don't have any fucking ideas, and they want to make everything a season-long story, and they can't do episodic things, and they're all up their own butts with a zillion different... Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I know I haven't gotten there yet because I'm still in season 4. But Deep Space Nine, in the final season, it's like, oh, we gotta resolve all our big issues. Oh, no, it's coming down to the wire. 4 episodes left. Oh, everything's getting crazy. 3 episodes left. Hey, let's all play baseball with Vulcans. Okay, back to the big mission. It's like... It has nothing to do with anything. There are only like 3 episodes left, or 4 or something. And they just stop all the big world building and Fate of the Galaxy shit to play baseball with Vulcans. And they don't even win. They're like happy at the end. And then the Vulcans are like, this is illogical that you're happy. It's like, we had fun and that's all that matters. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's fun. It's just, yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, it's a few different things. Yeah, it's things getting overproduced. It's also people thinking that the framework of prestige equals the quality of prestige. Also, people are wanted to make like Discovery looks good, but bad. Like they spend a lot of money on their bullshit that's not accurate to Star Trek, and is stupid. Even Game of Thrones did this. A bazillion people fight, and it's like, well, you can't even see them, and they don't make sense. And you wouldn't have the soldiers. You haven't seen any of Game of Thrones? Oh wow. It's. Oh yeah, who gives a shit? It's good until it isn't. It's really good until it isn't. It's. Someone's. Basically, it's based. Yeah. Well, it's based on the books, and then they ran out of books, and then it stopped being good because the books were well written, and then after that, it wasn't well written. I had this experience watching the show, where I'm watching season 6 or 7 or something, and go, this show, it's reminding me of a different show. I might have told you this. Man, it's really reminding me of a show. It's a show a lot like this. Man, what was that show? It was like this, but it was really, really good. And I go, I'm just thinking of season 1 and 2. It's so different a show when it becomes bad that my brain literally was just vaguely, I misremembered it being, I misremembered it as a different show. Because it just vaguely reminded me of... Because the original show, it would be like, oh, that's a smart decision. And then later, it's like it's, you know, people only make the most on-the-nose decisions, and... Oh. That's so terrible. But... Yeah, I'll be right back again. Alright. I assume so. It sure as shit better. I'm worried because I'm worried it might have Star Trek Beyond syndrome, where Star Trek 2009 came out, people liked it. They didn't see what was wrong, so Into Darkness came out, and then it was so obvious that it was terrible that people were like, oh, Star Trek's dumb now. And then Star Trek Beyond, they're making that, and they promote it like, buckle up. You thought the other ones were action-packed and wild. Well, this one's even crazier. And so everyone's like, oh, yeah, this one looks dumber than all the other ones. But it's actually the smartest of the three. But it didn't do well. So I'm worried everyone will think Strange New Worlds is no good because they've gotten burned out because Picard and Discovery are insults to humanity.
Though, reassuringly, most cases when those choices would actually, I think, luck is on your side, because it's so big to know
I don't know. I don't know. I just know sometimes the good things fail because everyone got so burnt out by the bad things that they don't trust the good things. But yeah. Well, and also idiots are going to go, Picard, I know what that is. And then they're going, oh, Strange New World. But with Star Trek Strange New Worlds, the first time in ever, I'm going to not indulge cynicism because it was good, and it's so weird. I was sure it was going to be bad. I was sure it was going to do some bullshit. I go, oh, I know what this character's going to be for, and it's a bunch of this. You know, it's just a character. It was like I was watching TV, Eric. Yeah. Like, I would have been happy with even season 1 of Enterprise quality of Star Trek. That's actually better. It's good. Damn it! He's like half a hit away. No, I know. I thought I was gonna kill him in time.
Life is for living.
That'll clear the cavities.
Playground has changed, so to speak, but I do miss like for the most part.
I know.
Just being excited about a lot of things.
Yeah.
And I think just the over them taking a month off, because even just this last 2 weeks of very I think you can tell I'm getting a little more excited and happy about things, but I wasn't pushing video games or anything. It's just not. And I still, to some degree, am not like, oh God, what Ragnarok's coming out.
Yeah.
The one was fucking great.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I miss, like, I think 24 was the best example of it.
Yeah.
I'm excited for the next episode. Whatever. And retrospectively, considering that that show had no real fucking around episodes, how they did 24 episodes all the time, it's rather impressive.
Yeah, no,
They couldn't have played baseball World War
No, but they still had Kiefer Sutherland. Oh, here's this mentally disabled kid. I'm gonna help him. I forget what he did with him, but they found ways to fuck around.
Sure, at the end of like season 2, yeah, it was like the autistic kid made a super excellent like baby recording.
Yeah, like I'm going to help you, Jack Bauer, catch the bad guys. And like, you did good, Billy. And he like left him in a car or something. I don't remember. Yeah, no, I'm really bad at being excited for things, and I kind of let myself get a bit excited for the final season of Better Call Saul. Yeah, I couldn't. There's the man of recaps, and I guess you have to be a little careful. Not because of anything he does. You just can't watch too many Saul videos, or else YouTube might be like, "Hey, you like Better Call Saul? Here's spoilers." But if you watch just him, it shouldn't mess up your algorithm. But I'd get you the video. I know because we talked about. I would think you've seen season 4, but I know you started it because you and I. Yes. Yes.
I know his brother's dead.
Right. And it happens at the very.
I feel like that season after it, because the start of that season is he's like site.
Yep. I distinctly remember having the conversation with you about how I was talking about how if there's something in the show that doesn't make sense, you kind of pay more attention and then it'll click. And you tried to do that on that first episode because his reaction doesn't make sense. Because it goes from him being all devastated and then Howard says, I think he might have, killed himself because of me, blah, blah, blah. And like, I'm worried that, and he mentions that Jimmy had messed up with his insurance. And then once Jimmy learns that, his affect changes entirely. And we talked about that, and you said you tried to rewatch it, but you couldn't figure out why. I still have to, because that's one of the things I want to make a freaking video essay, because that moment, it's because of the previous conversation he had with his brother.
I know he's hiding the good incantations from us. We've been his apprentices
I should just make
Don't we deserve the top shelf
but you
stuff?
couldn't even watch it because
Blitzen
it was
doesn't care,
later
but
things.
I do. Yes, the world will know the name of Castor, the Caster.
Honestly, it's not even the worst show to just rewatch from the beginning. I've done that, but I'm sure you've watched seasons 1 through 3. I just don't know if you've finished 4. But I can give you the mana if you want to rewatch 4. Unless, well, I could also. All right.
You feel luckier.
Damn. Yeah, that is annoying.
I thought the last one was going to be hit the ball.
Well, wait. Where is this?
Yo, welcome back. You saved the day, hero.
It's a fascinating creature, actually.
The beanstalk is safe, thanks to you.
What about the people?
Right, them too. That's also good. Anyway, thanks for your help. Remember, only you can prevent sporous spires.
With that, the corruption was no more. And the fairy punchfather was free to, go commune with other nature in different places and, let's be honest, probably punch stuff, because it's, kinda his jam. Quest complete!
So there is one place, and I don't know that. Man, they're just going crazy with puns. Yep. There's one place that I don't think we ever went to. It's right over here. It would be a place for a die, but it has a portal. Unless you've been up here. Or maybe you have. Maybe that's where it spits you out after the thing you jumped into. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep, this was the one place I thought about. You probably, I would be surprised if you stopped in the middle of a season, but still. Rewatching season 4 wouldn't be the worst thing. I can say a few things about. Alright, well, what is the last thing you remember happening involving Mike?
It's been a while, actually.
Yeah. Actually, what would probably happen is you'd watch the recap for season 1 through 3, and that would probably trigger other ones. And then you'd be like, oh yeah, and then doesn't this. I go, yep, okay, you have seen season 4, now you can watch the recap for season 4. Or you can just start at season 4, episode 1. Because I'm almost certain you haven't seen season 5. So worst case scenario, you're rewatching 10 episodes. But you're getting more than that. There are 6, but 6 is longer, but not by much. Each season is 10 episodes, except for 6, which is 13? 6 was basically broken into 2 parts, kind of. Mm-hmm.
But someone living, hiding from people looking for them outside of their somewhat rural home, nicer home. They're hiding in the woods around their house for some reason.
Yeah. That's season 1. In season 1, there's this family called the Kettlemans that embezzles some money, and then, yeah. And it turns out they were just camping out far away. Or in their backyard, sort of. Yep, that's season 1. It's doing that thing again. Some of the gun textures aren't loading. It's weird. I wonder if that relates to it like heating up or something. It's really annoying when that happens. All the shields, because I like the one I have. But I don't care, I'm going to stick with that for a while.
Old Ironsides, which is hilarious, it's a great game.
Oh yeah.
Shoots a fucking cannon shell.
Yeah, I'm not level high enough yet for that. I kind of like that. And that one's not good enough to keep. Now it's the magic ship. Currently have spikies. Let's look at it. Spell card.
Truck line!
What other movies did I see recently? Saw a few alright ones. Like this new Star Trek, there was a moment where it would have been, I wouldn't have been annoyed had a character actually said, "Hey, what the fuck?" Because it's kind of a what the fuck moment. And like Discovery and Picard, they both said fuck several times. And I feel like, I'm sure the writers of the new show were like aware of it, but then they're like, no, this is Star Trek. We're not gonna have him say fuck. It's just, I don't know, it's just interesting. it was the one thing where I'm like, would I have preferred they say fuck? And I ultimately landed on no, because even though I would have found it funny, like, makes it a little less universal of a show and stuff. It's just... Yeah, I'll stop talking about it. You just have to see it at some point. I suppose I could share a Paramount Plus password. Watch it. Because I'm going to cancel Paramount Plus after I've rewatched it. I just had my thing play a few times. Oh yeah. But I'm rewatching Deep Space Nine now, and Netflix only has, or all of them only have standard definition. But online, they have an AI upscaled one, which is like higher resolution. It looks fine. Of TNG, yes, but that's because TNG was filmed completely on film, and so they had like the base of everything, and you know, it's a little more beloved, and so they were able to like redo the graphics and stuff in a few shots, but they did it really respectfully. They also did a really good job on the original series, because it still looks like 60 special effects, but they redid them. Whereas some remasters, they just make things look terrible. I think that even happened with Buffy, where the remaster people just didn't care that much, so people that look kind of funny and stuff. Alright. So I take it you're just looking for the last one?
I mean, sort of.
No. I was just curious. I was still going through my guns for a while. You died? You know, we didn't find a goddamn thing in that one place. We didn't find a goddamn thing at the one place. The place you just bounced through. Remember, there's the area we bounced to, and then we just bounce away from. Yeah. I remember where it was. Yeah, I'll check there first. Yeah. Yeah, I could as well, though I didn't look around the boss pit at all. Started playing Hollow Knight. That's a good game. Have you ever played Hollow Knight? Yeah. It was like me, where I had heard of it. I'm like, yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah. Well, this is really good, one of those games. Did you played Metroid Dread? Yeah. Yep, I like Metroid Dread a lot. But kind of Metroidvania platformer basically whatever Metro Dread is. Yep. Oh wait. So there, we must have got one here. There's a thing on the ground right here. Did I get it and never tell you? It is possible. This is kind of on autopilot. Yeah, there's a spot on the ground where it would be. Yeah, there's no real way to get up the tower. Also, this thing doesn't actually blow you away. It doesn't do anything as far as I can tell. Yeah, I thought it would too. Maybe they just forgot to put it in. I guess there could be one. No, but like there could be one like in the tunnel down there or something. Yeah, like right there, you know. Did we ever look in there? Ah, screw it, I'll just go there. Oh yeah, there's the chest in that one. You never, well, I guess you didn't really have an easy way to watch it. But you never watched Stargate, right? Told you about it a bunch last year. Was that it? Was this on Netflix? I'm sure it was at some point. Yeah. Yeah. It's a fun little show. Yeah, I guess I didn't look around the ground at the inside of that house that much. Though it would kind of break the logic of the game.
I mean, one of them was Ryan.
Mm-hmm. You must have got this one. This one's good and out of the way, and I did not get it, but you did.
Treat?
Yep. No, it's only those weird things.
I want to do is be a blacksmith, but this tiny town has already got one. It's times like these that I'm glad I've got my best friend Jimbo around to keep me going. Jimbo says they need a blacksmith over by the castle in Brightwood. Do they know if I'm good enough to work in the capital? But damn it, Jimbo believes in me.
Let's go out and burn something down.
Dang, you got this one too? Off the slide.
Oh yeah.
I was like, this is definitely going to one. And it was, but you had got it. Oh, you remember one near Don Quixote. Right. Well, I'll screw around here too. Oh, this would have been a good spot. Sometimes it's like, I sort of want to find one there, but then I also don't because it means they could put something in that obscure of a place. Well, there's the slide one. There's the one. If you, yeah.
Oh, there's one on the ladder too.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just in the castle. Does that slide go back to the start?
Could be on the slide that goes back to the start. The slide that goes back to the start really didn't like us jumping off.
Even though the first one requires that you jump off it. It would be weird that there are two that require you jumping off of it. Particularly if one requires you looking around and stuff.
Well, the big slide at the end really hates us jumping off. But the one by the castle.
Right, those are different. Are they starting a new season? Are they starting a new season of the new one? Oh, cool. Somebody committed a crime. A sexual crime. And it was organized. Yeah, well that was the first one. They committed a crime, a sexual crime. It was organized. I like Law and Order. See, sometimes life's okay. Law and Order, Strange New Worlds. Just the thing it's supposed to be. It's probably people. So SVU's, well, yeah, I wonder how. But my joke was going to be, there's probably people who've been on Law and Order long enough that if they were a real cop, they would have deserved a pension by now, or whatever. Yeah. Oh yeah, isn't her name like Maria Benquist or something? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, yeah. So, I was watching... I think you know them. There's a YouTuber called YMS, Your Movie Sucks. You know them a bit? They've got a lot of decent videos you should probably check out at some point. But he also will just kind of watch and riff with friends about different things, and he does a yearly one to the Oscars. So in the Oscars, they're introducing different people. Apparently, there's a kind of new celebrity, and it's this actress. And this actress's name is Halle Bailey.
Not Halle Berry, but Halle Bailey.
Yes. And this guy says, so there's an actress now named Halle Bailey, and there's the actress named Halle Berry. Is that just a prank on Asian people? Halle Berry. And that made me laugh. Because in those languages, they have those types of letters are called liquids, and there's only one. L and R.
Step into your grave.
Yeah, I don't feel like I was that thorough in this area. Maybe the area right after this.
I feel like there's one in this ballpark we should have.
There's the stairs over here. Just going up here. Is this anything? Yeah, currently the YMS guy spending most of his main project. So he's a really big fan of the original Lion King, and he's just trying to explain, just, you know, make a very, very long video essay expressing all of his frustrations with the new one. No, it's just not at all. It's not live action in any way. Yeah, some idiots call it live action. That's one of his many complaints. Well, it's computer animated. Nope. Nope, that's just, you're not confused. They just marketed it. They're like, it's the live action Lion King. You know, because there's live action Beauty and the Beast, there's live action Aladdin. Now they're going to make a live action Lion King. Well, what makes it live action? Well, we're trying to make the lions photoreal. And it's like, well, yeah, but that's still, it's computer generated.
That's actually a good point. As I thought about it, I'm like,
yeah. Yeah, that's one of the many things, is how. Yeah, but it's not even that realistic. There's like a zillion things wrong with it. And it's just, well, exactly. And that's part of his complaint, is that the movie made deliberate choices because Jon Favreau, the guy, was like, oh, I don't think it'll be realistic, and it has singing lions, and it's like, there's some choice, I don't know. I enjoy watching a passionate, articulate, intelligent person talk for a long time about how a bad thing should be better. And that's he's really good at that. And he does that there. And so he also was going to talk about, so are you familiar with Kimba the White Lion?
yes. Story that someone credited to remake a
Right. And he breaks down.
That plus Hamlet.
Right. And so he was making this video essay on the Lion King, 2019, and he was going to do a quick aside comment about Kimba and how Disney ripped off Kimba to make the Lion King, because that's just what everyone has said. And he started looking into it. It turns out, like, that's not really true at all. So then he had to make a different video essay, kind of breaking down that story, because it was going to be a section of the video, but then it just got so big that he released his own video about Kimba the White Lion, and that was like 2.5 hours long. And but that video is great. But basically, Disney didn't rip off Kimba, and he has a very long and ranty video about all the lies and bullshit about that. And like, there's someone giving a TED talk and just sharing lies about like Kimba was ripped off by the Lion King, and then they're citing bullshit things and showing like YouTube videos as their sources in their mini TED talk. It's a TEDx or whatever talk, and it's like an actual, in theory, professor of something, and it's just like, you know, publishing a book and she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. No, you should watch the video. He explains it in good detail. Most of the similarities are references to are visual comparisons drawn from things that come... Well, yeah, he talks about it for... He has 2.5 hours of explaining why, no. It's not a ripoff. That's because Simba is the Swahili word for lion. And they were going to call Kimba Simba, but they thought it was too on the nose, so they named it Kimba. But it's just because it's the word for lion. Oh, you've worked me way ahead. There's one thing I wanted to look at. Where did we come from? Yeah, well, he goes into the, like, where did people get this idea? Who argues for it? What are their sources? And then, you know, and why are... It's YouTube videos like that, and they're like side-by-side videos. I'm like, look, well, yeah, it's like, look, aren't they similar? And it's like, yes, that's because the Kimba thing you're showing is from a 1997 thing made around Kimba, but largely based off of the success of The Lion King, meant to look like The Lion King. So that's why they're visual similarities, because the thing came out after The Lion King and was trying to look like it. Yes. No, Kimba did come out before The Lion King, but most of the things where they say it's visually similar are from a movie that came out after The Lion King. And the original Kimba was an anime series that really is nothing like The Lion King. It's just has a lion in Africa, and he's white. There's like nothing. It's like, right? No, it's the fact. The biggest thing is that stupid people go, "Oh, Kimba, Simba, suspicious," and that's it. And then they sometimes, if you're like, "Oh no, that's not enough to persuade me," then people will show videos of side-by-side footage that look similar. But the problem is, most of the time they do that, they're showing footage from a Kimba movie that came out after The Lion King, designed to look like The Lion King and like cash in on it. So then you say, okay, visual similarities are out, and Kimba Simba is because it's based on the Swahili word for lion. What else is it ripping off? And then it's like, they both have certain animals. It's like, well, yeah, they took place in Africa. There's like nothing that makes them that similar. And there's a lot of evidence that, yeah, it's just not a ripoff at all. And it makes sense why people would think that, because it's Disney, and it seems like something Disney would do. And it's not like Disney wouldn't do it, but it's just like, no, it's just... And it's not like they weren't at all aware of it, but it's just The Lion King itself. Why?
There was a wall right here.
Mm-hmm.
Like a post to it. Sugary swung at it.
That's weird. Okay.
The only reason I thought to do it
Yeah. Yeah, no, that is a good insight. Well, you get the honors.
Numbers, go!
Alright, let's leave. No, actually, let me bring up the map quick. I want to look at all the pretty check marks. Oh, we got poetry page, drums, push, lucky dice, flag, ancient obelisk. I guess we don't necessarily know if we got all the scrolls. Oh no, we do. It says that as well. 5 out of 5. Tangle Drift progress 100%. Yep. Found the scroll, that would have been annoying too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe.
Next on my list was to try and throw myself over the spirits once.
Mm-hmm. Ready to leave? Did you watch the Green Book video?
Yes.
Yay, I love that. That song's actually catchy, and I liked it so much, and he's like, you can pay to and download it, and so I did, and so I actually listen to it as music sometimes. It's like part of my playlist. That happened, yeah. Hated on the blacks until today. I saw 2 black construction workers drink from water glasses, so I threw the glasses both away, which he did in the movie. Then a Negro man paid me for a job. Well, oh, sorry. I think it was on me. To drive him through the South and to protect him. And that's when all my prejudices changed. Thanks to the Green Book. Perception was the key. I simply had to meet some people more racist than me. Have we done this area? Yeah, this one looks different than the coral ones I remember. Coral! Yep. There's nothing wrong with being proud of who you are. For me that's born and bred Italiano. Mamma mia, pizza pie. But did you know that other people, or yeah, but other people have their values too. Like, did you know the blacks can play piano?
I've got all the magic I need.
That movie is such one of those movies. Like, it's not a bad movie, but it is just like. Yep. Just drive a black across the South and force him to eat KFC. Yep. That's how you change racism. I'm no longer racist. We can be friends. I'm no longer racist, and now we are friends. It's just so on the nose, is the thing. I'm so freaking racist that if you drink from my water glasses, I have to throw my glasses away. I met some guys who are more racist than me. I'm like, hey, that's no good. And now you're my best friend. We can all feel good. Best picture. Was that best picture? I think it might have won best picture. Yeah. And that's what's funny. It's like, yeah. It's the type of movie that all the Oscar voters can vote for and feel good about themselves. Oh, the Oscars are such a joke. Yeah, but they're not even surprising for good reasons. I know what you're going to say. Parasite. Parasite was a good movie, but I don't think they picked it because it was the best movie. It's because they were like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if this year we really broke the mold, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. No, there's... You can tell that it's not sincere because they get a lot of technical things just blatantly wrong. Where it's like, best editing goes to a movie with objectively bad editing. Or, if you go best sound design, well, yeah, the YMS guy, you watch his Oscar videos, they're really good at predicting the Oscars because they just vote dumb like how the Oscars think. Like, best sound design, what movie had... Like, best editing won't go to the thing with the best editing. It'll go to the thing with the most noticeable editing. Same thing with most of the sound things. You go, best sound design. What was the noisiest movie? Is usually how it goes. Like, best sound design is like, what is the movie with the most distinctive noises? Loud noises. And then best sound editing is what's the movie with the most amount of noises. It's like, are they good noises? They don't care. The blah, yeah. Well, that was soundtrack more. Yeah. Yeah. It probably got nominated just because people go, oh, that was a cool noise. Yeah, I know, and it might have actually had decent sound design. Yeah, well, and so, like, and Red Letter Media has brought it up a few times. There's a movie called Krampus, which is a horror movie, and it wasn't, like, Oscar bait in any sort of way, but when I was watching it, and other people pointed out, it's like, man, this is really good sound design. It's just, occasionally you have a movie where it's like, wow, but that would never in a million years. I don't even think it got nominated. And like, also like, I think the Lego Movie didn't get nominated, and like Pixar won that year, even though it was one of the weaker years for Pixar. I forget what it was. It's stuff like that. And also, like, it is weird when you have Best Picture and then Best Foreign Movie, because sometimes the Best Foreign Movie gets nominated for Best Picture, and it's like, well, I guess it wins the Best Foreign one. So that was a little weird. And just like, well, why did Martin Scorsese win for this one? It's like, he felt owed. The same with Leonardo DiCaprio. It's like, well, why did he win Best Actor? Was he the best actor? No, but he did. He did the most. Like, did you know he actually ate an animal's liver for that scene? You know, and he's overdue, so that's why he gave it. Not that he's a bad actor, but it's that kind of calculus where it's not like who's the best actor. They're not answering. They're not doing this. So there's actually different YouTube people and stuff who I think are actually better technical judges of these things. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you can. People have Oscar pools. Well, yeah, there's that. I see what you're saying, where it's really, like, normally it's kind of amongst people. And also, even when you're watching like, Adam and his friends, the YMS guy, do their predictions, there is the thing of like, well, how stupid do I think these voters are? Because like, I agree with Bohemian Rhapsody had really annoying editing. You saw that, right? Did you? Yeah. Do you remember how? I think what it was is because the other members of Queen were producers. They probably pushed to be in more shots or something. I don't know. But there were a lot of shots to the other people when there didn't need to be. There's a scene highlighting just how rapid the editing is and just disjointed. But that one best editing, and like it's not at all. But it had a lot of editing, it had noticeable editing, and it had big musical numbers. So yeah. But like when the people were talking that year about their Oscar, and they're betting on who would win, they're like, look, I know the Oscars are bad, but there's no way they give it to Bohemian Rhapsody. That's just so awful. You know, and it turns out they were wrong. Yeah. But it is, yeah, you would do better than people who actually think they're voting on the merits. Yeah, you probably could. Anyone who's actually, like, in a local Oscar pool, you'd probably do well. But, like, if you're going to, like, Vegas to gamble, you would have to be gambling against people who are gambling casually. Because if it's like, oh no, then other people who go there are actually maybe more stats-based. I don't know. There are probably places in Vegas that kind of have that sort of thing. It's like more formalized betting about different stuff. I don't really know. Yeah, this map isn't looking that promising. I'm comfortable not spending too much time because it's a weirdly small map. So it could be one of the many that doesn't have a symbol. Alright. Nope. Oh, they're kind of rules.
I mean, I guess it. I don't know. I think like one of the rules that we had was like you cannot be on something that is like non-synthetic. Not synthetic. Like processed wood.
Yeah, we normally want it.
Will be on a plant? I don't think so.
Right.
But there was at one point just like on the ground.
Yeah, well, I think it can be on the ground. It's less common. It's normally things. Yeah. Yeah, well, I think it's unfair if it's on something like coral, which is particularly textured, you know. Yeah. I think I've checked the anchors a few times. But like this map just is too small. And every little distractible thing, or almost all distractible things, are little bits of coral. Just get a rice maker. Yeah, you get chicken nuggets, barbecue sauce, soy sauce, orange marmalade, and rice. That's all you need. And you can draw your own panda. Yeah, it'll be more adorable because it's like, oh, it's part of our charm is we've got a bad-looking panda. Now, orange chicken, I had a similar thought because I had a roommate who liked rice, and I used to hate or never eat rice, and he ate rice all the time, but he was Asian, so I assumed it was like, it's a cultural thing. He likes it more than I probably would. But then I was like, fuck it, I'll have some rice. I'm like, oh shit, rice is pretty good. Because I never just get Chinese on my own. So I started getting it, and it was always orange chicken. And then I'm like, why don't I just make this myself? Rice is cheap. And I'm like, how do you make orange sauce? And it turns out you can make a pretty good orange sauce from just soy sauce, orange marmalade, and barbecue sauce. Mix them together. No, that's where you get kind of the sweetness and stuff. The marmalade pushes it in the right direction. The soy sauce kind of cuts it a bit, but that's basically it. I mean, I'm sure they make it a little bit different, but you know, don't think about barbecue sauce in the barbecue sense, and just think of it as a sauce. How far is it from orange chicken sauce? Well, it's just not that orangey, but otherwise, that's what the marmalade's for. You don't even need that one. Viscosity is a weird word. I always forget which way it means. If something is viscous, does that mean it pours easily or not easily? Okay.
My brain always goes to the joke of, when I think of viscosity, I think viscosity.
Mm-hmm.
And then for some reason I go to a random geography that says, like, what is force? I'm thinking of thick.
And that would be very viscous.
Yes. Thick,
Right.
what's that one we used to
Oh, yeah. No. No, I'm getting there. Shut up. Shut the fuck up! I know, I'm thinking. Molasses.
Yes, molasses. So that is a viscous sauce.
Yes. Yeah, I guess orange, I mean, you can cut it with a little water, but soy sauce is very thin and not viscous. So the soy sauce... Right.
saucers.
And honestly, the marmalade, because normally I mix them together in a bowl and I like microwave it a bit. The marmalade kind of gets thinner when it's microwaved. It all kind of gets a little thinner when it's microwaved. Yeah. And like, you don't have to go as cheap as chicken nuggets. You can get chicken tenders or whatever, you know. But you can just keep that in the freezer too. You do want something breaded, pre-breaded. You're gonna for orange chicken, yeah. So I get like a yeah, it's not the same as orange chicken, but they have those like popcorn chicken works. We just get a frozen bag of popcorn chicken. Heat it up. Yeah, I don't know now. We can leave. Part of it is like certain places I get a vibe. Like this place feels like it would. And this is not a place that feels like it would. So we need some sort of thing.
Hey, there's a surf on my turf.
What is this place? It has a banner. I don't know.
This shrine is dedicated to Grindana, the patron god of experience.
Well, the map actually kind of highlights it. No, the map will just show checked off. It has indicators for these pieces. So, it stands to reason it'll have the ones for the things we haven't gotten yet as well. So we probably progress, and then, yeah. But it looks like a shortcut back. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. This is weird. This has a banner too. Oh yeah, that's because it's not the right thing. That's the right thing. It does not have a banner. Far-tooth shallows. In the shrine, you mean? Oh. It's interesting. That whole beanstalk is just a complete. Yep. I'm guessing this is a big area too. I mean, in theory, it could just be a combat thing to progress. you load a lot quicker than I do. I'm still loading.
The exposed seabed reveals its hidden treasures.
Still loading.
There was a lot of junk and gunk in the ocean. A lot.
Flotsam?
Okay, I'm here.
Are you sure it's not jetsam?
Flotsam is stuff that fell off. Jetsam is stuff that got thrown off.
Huh. I don't even have a snappy comeback. That's just interesting.
Sometimes learning can be fun.
Do you see the destruction she leaves in her wake? A wasteland of broken toys, wondering why their creator has forsaken them.
But I guess it's all just set dressing to you, Fate Maker. You keep doing you. If only you could ask all the fish you just vaporized if they feel brought together by fate.
Let's see how big this place is. 1 of 21.
A gate bars your way, and a gentleman stands just before it. A gentleman wearing a pirate hat. Oh, but he's not just any pirate. He's a skeleton pirate!
Skeleton, kill him!
No. Hey, he is not a bad elf. He's a special boy!
I'll be the judge of that.
I'm fine.
I need to get through.
And I say, murderous, gorgeous buccaneer, known as Chartreuse the Chance. He'll never let you. Wouldn't you be willing to help me on a quest?
Oh, pirate quest! It's a pirate quest!
Valentine, do you want to go on the pirate quest?
Oh, I really do!
Ha-ha! Welcome to the crew! But there'll be no pirate quest without Hawk, the faithful Birdmunculus. A terrible fate befell her, and we be needing to put her pieces back together.
Ha! You should have docked. Or blocked. I don't know, not died.
Beware, crew. The sea wargs are restless since the ocean were obliterated. You don't want to run afoul of Moby Dick, Mitre of crews, scourge of salt and sand.
Friendly advice. That pirate you're throwing it with doesn't have a loyal bone in his, bones.
A ranking of me favorite pirate words. Coming in at number 5. Yar. Classic. Then, cheese, which has some lovely entendre to it. And landlubber at number 3. No ho ho counts as 1 and hits number 2. Finally, all knew it was coming. Avast gets number 1. Thanks for picking up me scroll. Give a thumbs up in the air and keep trolling the seabed if you're looking for more content.
I suppose we could. Do you want to get that shrine and then stop? Do you want to kind of paint off the map so there's unknown and known, as opposed to, Ow! I found out the hard way. Glad I'm a Red Letter Media patron. Actually release some interesting behind the scenes stuff occasionally. Yes. Well, they also have that meme going where they're like, if this video gets to something likes, we'll watch the Batman, but we won't review it, or something like that. We'll just try to... Hmm.
Ready to cast.
Iron sights. It's interesting. You can unlock things like banners and outfits that are above your level. Yeah. I think what it is it just, when it drops things based on, I don't know, our mutual level or your your level, or I don't know. So sometimes I get things above my level, but it doesn't matter when it comes to cosmetics. Do you often get things above your level? Yeah. Yeah, I think it happens a lot more with me. Two marbles, 2 dice, 2 poetry pages. Yeah, I guess this place is big. I feel like the beanstalk might be bigger. I mean, this is certainly more condensed, but... Beanstalk place we just did? Yeah, it's close. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay. Bye.